and experts in their respective fields. We will encourage our faculty roster through formal education, capacity building, research and extension initiatives, faculty immersion, and other academic engagements, both local and abroad. We will ensure that both our faculty and employees will have a vibrant career development path as public servants in this state university. Pillar 6. Vigorous research production and utilization. We will continue to strengthen the research culture in the university by promoting discovery and innovation through increasing disciplinary and collaborative research integration across academic disciplines to create new knowledge, utilize research findings, and develop innovative products. Pillar 7. Global academic standards and excellence. Achieve the highest levels of recognition in quality and compliance standards from CHED, AACUP, and other international accrediting and regulatory bodies for higher education. We will intensify our efforts to achieve and sustain better academic performance and continue to excel as a top-performing school in various professional licensure examinations and produce board top-notchers, as well as sustain our status of being the most preferred graduates of employers. Likewise, we aim to establish and to be recognized as centers of development and excellence in our academic programs. Pillar 8. Synergistic, productive strategic networks and partnerships. Synergize and forge strategic linkages and partnerships across all sectors of society and the global community in line with the overall plans and programs of the university. Establish alliance with the government, industry sector, NGOs, and the academe will lead to resource sharing, program support, and research collaborations beneficial for all. Pillar 9. Active and sustained stakeholders engagement. Harness a healthy and harmonious organization by empowering all its stakeholders, both internal and external, through open communication networks, consultative and participative undertakings, and team-building activities, recognizing that all stakeholders can greatly contribute towards the betterment of the university. Pillar 10. Sustainable social development programs and projects. Expand access to education, knowledge building, and information dissemination through sharing of expertise and resources for community development. Support inclusivity approach in education by embarking on Education on Wheels, which aims to bring access to education closer to communities, following the principle of no one will be left behind. As the University of the People, we should bring the university closer to their hearts to serve their needs and extend assistance in mainstreaming public service. Our institution must continue to stand as one for the values that we have inculcated. For the past 115 years, we have exemplified our quest for truth, excellence, equity, relevance, effectiveness, integrity, and academic freedom. Lastly, I call upon each and everyone to join me in this journey. Together we stand as one para sa sintang paaralan para sa ating bayan.
So good morning everyone and welcome to the Professorial Chairholder Lecture Series 2021. So we have three speakers for today: Dr. Napoleon K. Juanillo Jr., Dr. Rolando Orense, and Dr. Pablo A. Jorillo. So we are your hosts. I am Engineer Joselinda M. Golpeo.
I'm Engineer Julius Cancino.
And we are your Masters of Ceremonies. So to start the program, let us all be quiet for the doxology and the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
So to finally start our program, let us all welcome Dr. Lincoln A. Bautista, the Dean of the College of Science, for the opening remarks.
Thank you, Mama Josie. Good morning to all of us. Isang maalab na pagbati sa lahat ng mga participants. More than 180 na tayo sa huli kong pagkakakita. And we are welcoming you to PUP's 2021 Professorial Chairholder Lecture Series. Good morning to our energetic, dynamic, and super sipag na Presidente, Manuel Bong Muhi. Good morning po to ASEC Secretary Nap Juanillo Jr. Sabi nga po ng isang magaling na host, Kahit kung anong mangyari, the show must go on. A rainy season is a blessing to all of us. Most of us maybe today choose to stay at home, and while we are at home, maganda pong samantalahin natin na tayo umattend sa mga lecture series na katulad nito. Ngayon pong araw na to ay pang second day na ng ating lecture series, Professorial Lecture Series. And like the host say, meron po tayong 3 special resource person. We are hoping na kahit po maulan, pero yung ating mga pong day ngayon ay magiging productive pa rin. Good morning po sa mga organizers. Kahit po maulan, ay alam po namin na kayo ay napakasipag at patuloy pong ginagampanan ninyong trabaho bilang organizer. So muli po, magandang umaga at welcome po sa PUP 21 Professorial Chairholders Lecture Series.
So maraming salamat po, Dr. Bautista, for the opening remarks. Again, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our University President, Dr. Manuel M. Muhi. And we'd like to remind everyone on the Zoom about the virtual conference guidelines. So first, kindly mute your audio by clicking the button found at the bottom of the screen. And for the duration of each session, participants are encouraged to turn on their video and ask questions. Use the chat box to address the questions or concerns, and please use the raise hand feature to raise questions and or clarifications during the open forum. During the program, please use the speaker view and keep your video on. And in case you get disconnected, simply click the provided webinar link again. So for the questions and clarifications, it will be entertained after the presentation. So you may use the chat box for the facilitators to note them. So kindly state your name and institution and ask for questions concisely. Comments that will be beneficial to others are most welcome. Kindly provide feedback to help us improve on our online events and for better understanding of your needs and preferences. And for our registered participants in Facebook, make sure that you have answered the survey feedback in order to receive an e-certificate. And whenever disconnected again in the Zoom meeting, kindly log in again using the link again, and you might join us as well at the Facebook of the PUP Alumni Official. For the presentation proper, Sir Julius, could you introduce our first speaker?
Yes, good morning, Ms. Bete. Thank you. Our first resource speaker for this morning obtained his undergraduate education from Ateneo de Manila University and his masteral and doctorate degrees in agricultural extension from Cornell University in New York, USA. He was an assistant professor at the College of Agricultural, Consumer, and Environmental Sciences at the University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign in USA, and at Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. He was twice a recipient of competitive research grant from Illinois' Council for Food and Agricultural Research. He has done extensive research consulting work globally with the World Health Organization, the United Nations Fund for Population Activities, UNICEF, International Service for Acquisition of Agri-Biotech Application, United States Department of Agriculture, Sanofi Pasteur Paris, and the Acute Respiratory Infections Vaccine HARVAC, a consortium with the National Institute of Public Health, Finland, University of Colorado, USA, Sanity Pasteur France, the University of Queensland School of Public Health Australia, and the United States Agency for International Development, where he serves as a chief of party. In government, he is now currently the Assistant Secretary of Competitiveness and Innovation Group under the Department of Trade and Industry. He was a Director 4 of the Office of Planning, Research and Knowledge Management of the Commission of Higher Education. As entrepreneur, he is the President and Chief Executive Officer of Access Health Hospital, which he also served as the Chairman of the Board of that particular entity. He's the founder of the Newfield STEM School, offering a distinct basic education program in science, technology, engineering, entrepreneurship, and mathematics for pre-kindergarten to grade 12. Just recently, he set up his Institute for Research, Innovation, and Scholarship, also known as the Irish, a privately run R&D organization which aims to harness Philippine intellectual capital to create R&D investment through solution-driven platforms in research and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a round of virtual applause to our first guest speaker this morning, Dr. Napoleon Juanillo Jr.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. First of all, I would like to greet my friend, President Manuel Muhi, and of course to thank President Muhi for his very gracious invitation for me to serve as the Professorial Chairholder in 2021, and also to offer me a chance to hold teaching classes at PUP, both at the undergrad and grad levels, and for which, by the way, I am totally having fun and enjoying the very bright and smart students of PUP, both at the undergrad and grad levels. Thank you very much, President Wall. I will surely treasure these experiences at PUP. I also would like to thank Dean Lincoln Bautista and Engineer Joselinda Golpeo, for constantly reminding me as well about the professorial lecture. Yes, I do not forget. And I just really hope that our conversation today will trigger a lot of insights among our faculty. By the way, I also would like to thank the PUP faculty for your presence here today in spite of the rainy day. It's a great time to sleep and have coffee. But here you are, as well as other educators from other state universities and colleges. Thank you very much. I will now start my presentation. Let me share my screen, please. Okay. First of all, I would like to represent the IRES. The IRES is the Institutes for Research, Innovation, and Scholarship. Um, Let me just make sure that I get to click this right. Yeah. So the Institutes for Research, Innovation, and Scholarship is a private educational research and scientific organization that seeks to create pathways for collaboration among Filipino researchers, educators, innovators, and scholars in science, technology, engineering, agrofisheries, and mathematics. And so I'm pretty sure that I'm very comfortable talking to this current crop of educators that are here in this room right now. Our vision is to create collaborative and borderless communities of Filipino researchers, innovators, and scholars pursuing the common good. We're hoping that we can harness all Philippine intellectual talents from all over the archipelago as well as from overseas in order to pursue solutions for the common good. Our senior advisory board is composed of some of the country's top scientists. A lot of them are also your friends. We have Dr. Angel Alcala, who's the national scientist for marine sciences, Dr. William Padulina, the former Deputy Director General of the International Rice Research Institute and former Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology. We have the first female chairperson of the Commission on Higher Education and now the President of the University of the East, Dr. Esther Garcia. We have the current Secretary of Agriculture, Dr. William Dar, and the former Secretary General of the Philippine Commission for the UNESCO, Dr. Virginia Miralao. Our group is rather small. You know, when I founded it, it's actually started as a little party group composed of Dr. C.P. David, whom you know, because he was the former executive director of the OSTP Shared. He is currently the chairperson of the National Technical Panel of Experts of the Climate Change Commission. He's a university professor in geology and environmental sciences at the University of the Philippines in Diliman. Dr. Eva Cochonco de la Paz is a medical doctor. She's a pediatrician scientist, and she's currently the executive director of the National Institutes of Health. Dr. Eva de la Paz is known for her work on a particular, what do you call this, epileptic condition that's affecting many Filipinos in the Visayas, and is working very closely and collaboratively with Harvard scientists. Dr. Isagani Padulina is another scientist from the University of Texas at Austin. Formerly, he was the director for R&D Pascual Pharma, but is now with Techno Fisher in the Netherlands as its chief scientific officer. Dr. Raymond Tan, who is the Vice Chancellor for Research and Development at De La Salle University, is undoubtedly one of the country's most published scientists. Dr. Raymond Tan is an engineer and is a very prolific author and editor. We also have Dr. Gonzalo Serafica. Dr. Serafica is a scientist, inventor, and wants to tout himself as the model that every scientist can actually be an entrepreneur and a wealthy businessman. Dr. Chinky Bornales is the Vice Chancellor for Research and Extension of MSU IIT. She is a physicist. And Dr. Lawrence Ilag is a microbiologist from Yale. He is also a patent lawyer specializing in scientific patents. And he's a lawyer he got his law degree from Harvard and is a co-founder of LB Biotech. Well, as you very well know, last week we have released the university research rankings for the Philippines in science, engineering, and health. And you know, it's a groundbreaking, I should say, study by the IRIS, and I'd like to share with you some piece of good news for the PUP community. Because in science, you would see there that PUP is included in the top 40. Basically, the method is to just take a look at the 23 years of cumulative publications on ISI and Scopus. And so that's a really good fit. You know, so we're also measuring the age indices of the various researchers. And so basically, I think this is a great baseline for all of us to start with. And so there's the PUP, and so congratulations, PUP. As well as for engineering, then we do now see PUP as ranking 21st. Again, the same metrics, but however, because in engineering, we also count some, I should say, citations in international research proceedings, because that was like a different kind of flavor for engineering, but nonetheless, it's still pretty much robust in terms of the metrics. By the way, the ranking study was done jointly by Dr. Carlos Primo David of UP Diliman and Dr. Raymond Tan of De La Salle University. And for those of you who were there last week at the presentation, we had 467 in the virtual room. And so everybody had an exciting and fun time, you know, so that everybody stayed on. Also, one initiative that we have in the IRIS is to bring to you the very expensive Science Direct, because it always costs a university 10 million in annual subscriptions, but now we're giving them to you in very accessible rates. By this, you have access to 2,500 journals, 16 million research articles, and over 330,000 topic pages. The ACE card or the Access Connect and Explore card is available to all faculty and students. Then you can just download 4 articles that are normally, being sold to us by Science Direct at a rather pricey rate of $50 sometimes per article and as low as $20. But this time for just 1999, and which you can, by the way, pay through your Grab Pay, go to the 7-Eleven, or just go through our portal, and that they will give you very accessible instructions on how to avail of your ACE cards so that you can engage the world and start doing really great research. So that's the IRIS. Well, my presentation today is on the opportunities and challenges to the diffusion of artificial intelligence in the Philippines. And so thank you very much to Polytechnic University of the Philippines, because I'm giving this in my capacity as the IRIS founder and as a professorial chairholder of the lecture series for 2021. I have included in here my Yahoo email as well as the IRIS website, just in case you want to know more about the IRIS. Okay, this is going to be the outline of my presentation. Very briefly, which you already know, artificial intelligence in the context of the fourth industrial revolution. Now, what's in it for the Philippines in artificial intelligence? What are the opportunities for us, even in the academia? And then what are the structural challenges or even some of the organic challenges? Does not necessarily have to be structural. What's in it for PUP and the academe, and what is the future? So it's a very, very straightforward outline. Well, let me begin, of course, by something that is already recurring in many slides or presentations that you already know. We're basically transitioning to the so-called fourth industrial revolution. And each one of these revolutions is really a build-up on the past. And so nothing is really wasted on humankind's ability to, I should say, invent, reinvent, and even do better. And so in this current age, we're basically talking about the fourth industrial revolution, talking about the cyber physical systems use. And so the new technologies that will drive the fourth industrial revolution, as you already know, is the 3D printing or the additive manufacturing. We also have biotechnology, wearable electronics, advanced robotics. Then, of course, we have augmented and virtual reality, which I think some of you are also even using in your flexible learning. But most importantly, which is the topic for today, on artificial intelligence and machine learning. Okay, artificial intelligence, they say, may be one of the most disruptive technologies of the 21st century. In fact, 21st century has always been touted as the century of disruptions, but AI is touted as the most disruptive because it has the potential to transform every aspect of our relationships as groups or as societies. And artificial intelligence refers to the capability of machines to almost simulate how we think as human beings and perform tasks which involve learning from data. Of course, when we talk about AI, it's a big umbrella that can be categorized into 2 general types. There's the artificial general intelligence and the artificial narrow intelligence. But here in this conversation, we're going to be talking about the artificial narrow intelligence. Because the artificial general intelligence, we're already talking of the human like capabilities of machines to digest and interpret ideas, to even get into our creative capabilities and intellectual tasks. But they say this is not existent yet, but I will not be surprised, if maybe in a year or two or even less, people will already be talking about AGI. But nonetheless, let's talk about artificial narrow intelligence, which refers to machines that perform a very limited set of tasks, oftentimes very, very specialized tasks. So this can be platforms like predictive maintenance, or image detection or classification. And that's the reason why a lot of ANI are mostly along the sensory platforms. But they can actually be very good because they can outperform us in ways that are much more precise. That's the reason why sometimes we call it smart and precision agriculture. That are much more, I should say, less tedious because these are tasks that are routine and repetitive and which we can actually, delegate to the ANI machines. So the good thing about it is that they can be used to also conduct medical diagnosis, predict whether a machine in a factory will break down or not. So I think even in terms of value chain and other types of efficiencies, this is good for us. They can also they can also classify and separate spam emails and play chess with us, among other things. So it's an exciting world. So again, what's good about the artificial narrow intelligence is that already it's upon us to really think about ways by which we can handle it because AI is changing the way we interact with the technology, assisting us in the execution of both simple and complex tasks, improving our business operations, our products, and even our customer services. In my hospital, for instance, some of our doctors are very intent on really capitalizing on ANI because it's improving the way we deliver services to our patients and also I should say smoothen the relationships between our doctors and our admin because as you very well know, doctors are very particular about their professional fees, the reimbursements with PhilHealth and the HMOs. And so to the extent that we have ANI in a healthcare facility is something that they all welcome. It's also great for disaster prediction and management for agriculture and smart cities. So I can just imagine that for PUP, that tends to excel a lot as well in engineering and the sciences, this is something that would be of interest to you. Now, of course, in light of the pandemic, it is seen as an opportunity to address complex societal problems, such as, of course, sustainability, recovery, etc., etc. So I think ANI is here to stay, and I think the challenge for us as educators is that how do we adapt or reform the way we do things in the school in programming our curriculum as well as in doing our teaching in assessing the assessment of learning in the assessment of learning of our students, etc. These are the ANI has a lot of implications. So again, I don't even have to reiterate this, but certainly it has a lot of things to do with, I should say, face identification. Apple, for instance, is doing this already, but there's a way for them to kind of map out your face so that it's because essentially it's a very unique mapping out. And so again, this is one application of AI. Rather controversial, but look, we can't do anything about it. Once the technology is out there, our role as educators is to basically come up with, I should say, ethical ways to kind of guard against the abuse of AI. Netflix, for instance, it's I should say it's the technology of the pandemic because a lot of us during lockdowns, we have no other resort except to do Netflix binging. And the good thing about Netflix binging is that sometimes Netflix becomes a little bit much more smart than us, that's already offering us what kind of horror films do we want to watch, what kind of podcasts do we want to listen to, what kind of documentaries do are we interested in, etc., etc. All of these predictives are rather, I should say, fun, but sometimes it's all right because when you're too sleepy and then you're scrolling things down, but at least Netflix is trying to do the suggestions for us, which is great. Grocery shopping, they say in Amazon Go stores, for instance, they have even from the get-go already determined what you intend to buy. And so that being so, they have also kind of uh, establish the connection with that with your account, so that you just keep on picking up the stuff because they more or less predicted that you're gonna be picking it up anyway, and so they're kind of immediately charging it to your account. I'm not so sure if we do have it here, but certainly it's something, a feature, I think even in Whole Foods in the United States, but certainly started by Amazon Go. So for those of you who have experienced it, it's fantastic. you know so the good thing about artificial intelligence is that it opens up a whole wide platform for us to explore. Certainly new markets can be thought of, and so for those faculty here who are kind of entrepreneurial, as well as students who are entrepreneurial, think about AI, because certainly so many things you can think of, so many possibilities. As a businessman myself, I never stop thinking of the many things that I suggest to my nephews here in the US, here and in the US, on how best to tap on this particular technology. It is certainly a vehicle for innovation and, of course, as an enhancer of human capabilities. The good thing about AI is that, yes, it's great to have a PhD, it's great to have an engineering degree, but AI as a technology, AI driven products are not just about engineers, are not just about scientists. AI driven products is about really this confluence of various disciplines coming up with a product so that it becomes much more exciting for the machine. So we're giving the machines, we're kind of, I should say, even giving sort of insights now to the machines as to where we're going to go next. Okay. They say that. In terms of the possibilities, the possibilities are tremendous, because 2020 was the year when the global economy went digital. We do see here 22% increase in venture capital investments in education, 146% increase on year growth on online retail orders. I think a lot of us are guilty about this as well. 59% increase in the number of organizations that have accelerated digitalization, 20% annual growth for telemedicine, and 48% of employees will likely work remotely post-COVID compared to 30% pre-COVID, and I think we can see that already. And 160% reported increase in the digital purchases of global consumers. So that 146% there and 160% that you see here, we're all guilty of that. We're all guilty of all of this increases in the percentages. Not that guilty. What I'm trying to say is that we're all participants. We all did these engagements. That's why more or less we got reflected in these increased percentages. Okay, what's in it for the Philippines? Certainly in terms of, because we're a primarily agricultural and fisheries country, using emerging agricultural trends and technologies will enhance traditional methods to increase productivity, sustainability, and socioeconomic development. Already we see drones being employed in some farms, some experimentations being done by a lot of state universities and colleges in terms of smart agriculture or precision agriculture, all these various apps that can detect moisture or in the crops, etc., or dryness in the crops. All of these are important, and I think will really benefit us. So, but there's a lot of but there, but these are the potential. What's in it for the Philippines? We can create new products or solutions, certainly with AI. A lot of and I'm gonna be showing you some statistics as well on what some of our startups are doing in terms of digital health, in terms of e-gaming, ed tech, vehicle technologies, etc. So in other words, the vision for the future is so wide that it basically, if tapped properly, can really mean a lot for Philippine entrepreneurships, especially for the young. It also means a lot, of course, in terms of our experiences in the pandemic. It has helped us navigate the new normal because, of course, it has provided us with contact tracing app, with various ways of other programs and technologies, particularly those that were launched by the DOST to kind of help us assess our health, monitor our communities, have a much more rational or evidence-based decision making as to how do we classify the lockdowns, et cetera, et cetera. Apart from the fact that it has certainly addressed a lot of supply chain issues. That's the reason all of these Lazadas and Food Pandas and Grab and all those delivery apps and hailing apps. These are things that kind of benefited us at a time when everybody was cooped up in their own houses. Okay. For education, of course, it has led to the development of more successful learning systems. So to the extent that we can tap on this technology, particularly because I think the Commission on Higher Education was kind of generous in giving us maybe 20 million, 25 million. Exactly how we're going to be using those for AI-enabled learning systems is, I think, everyone's, I should say, opportunity to think about and to be creative about. But certainly, AI is the way to go in terms of coming up with more innovative learning systems. Okay. The good thing about it is that in terms of our own startup communities or startup environments, certainly we see that these are potential industries that can really benefit from AI. So this include healthcare, pharma, auto and auto parts, financial services. Certainly, that's the reason why you have all this Gcash and other alternative financial platform. Which, by the way, for sustainability and social development purposes, AI is also very good for financial inclusion. Nearly 70% of us Filipinos are unbanked. In other words, you go to the bank, you have money, they keep on giving you a lot of hard time, questioning you, etc., etc. But AI can basically, I should say, create more platforms for financial inclusion. So less embarrassing moments in the bank being interviewed for this and that. As well as there's health monitoring, contact tracing, knowledge management, and of course, supply chain management. Now, what are some of the structural and governance opportunities that we can think about in terms of artificial intelligence? And because I'm talking to faculty and students, researchers, and scientists, this may just be of interest to you. Well, to begin with, you have to know that we do have a Republic Act, and that's 11293. That's called the Philippine Innovation Act. It has already the implementing rules and regulations. It was launched last April 17, 2019. I'm very happy about the Philippine Innovation Act because at the time I was a consultant of the Department of Trade and Industry, and I had a bit of an engagement, um, doing some recommendations and writing up the implementing rules and regulations. Here's a quote from Senator Win Gatchalian. He said that the vision that has inspired the passage of the Philippine Innovation Act is to finally see our country putting innovation at the center of our national development policies. And the reason why I'm pointing this out, because it's important for us to put in context, how can we grow AI? The Philippine Innovation Act is the perfect platform, I think, for us to grow AI or maximize or optimize the opportunities of AI. You know, they say, in fact, that innovation was flourishing already in the Philippines. You probably all know that in 2020, our global innovation index ramped up to number 50. So from 54 in 2019, it's the highest rank that we've ever got. It's top 50 for the first time. We were also considered the top digital riser in East Asia and the Pacific. And in terms of the startup ecosystem, we're ranked 31 to 40. And so it's not a bad landscape at all for the Philippines. So that's the reason why I say these are structural opportunities for us. Even if you take a look at other global indices, we're number 64 in the World Competitiveness Index. However, it kind of went down a bit because of the various lockdowns. So we went down a bit in the World Competitive Index this year. But let's not take a look at all of these peculiarities, because we just have to take a look at the trends. And so we're ranked number 7th is the best place to invest post COVID, 49th in the world talent rankings, 95th in the ease of doing business, and it keeps on getting better. Okay, so the National Artificial Intelligence Strategy for the Philippines was actually launched on May 5th, and I was so happy to be part of it. We call it the launch of the Artificial Intelligence Roadmap. It's more than this flashing of this particular slide that I want you to be interested. I want you to be interested in the essence or in the spirit of the roadmap. You know, to begin with, we conceptualize of a roadmap, and I say we because we're talking now of as a national roadmap, because we do see a potential uh, for AI to actually I should say, exponentialize our economic growth. In a report written by McKinsey, they say that AI could be seen to open up opportunities in Southeast Asia, that it could automate about 50% of the work activities performed in ASEAN's four biggest economies, which includes the Philippines. In an October 2020 report, it is also stated that that AI is expected to boost Southeast Asia's GDP by up to 1 trillion US dollars by 2030. And in addition, the Kearney analysis estimates a 12% uplift in Philippine GDP by 2030, that's equivalent to 92 billion US dollars. And so it's in this context of a potential promise that we as a nation needed to really kind of take advantage of this great opportunity. So, not to mention the fact that more businesses today are leveraging AI, and that we just do not have to promote AI at the enterprise level, but we have to promote it across all levels, even in government, in schools, in micro enterprises. In other words, it AI is applicable at uh, I- I- um, both at the micro and macro levels. AI is applicable for both businesses and non-business. AI is applicable for both profit and non-profit. AI is applicable for both public and the private sector. So the potential to add efficiencies to how we do things, not and efficiencies can translate into monetary value, I think is very important. Yeah. So this was the statement of Secretary Juan Lopez. The specific objectives for the AI strategy is, of course, to maintain regional and global competitiveness, identify key areas in the R&D technology applications so that it can be worth the investment, recommend ways by which we can foster that relationship between government, academe, and industry so that they can actually come up with technologies that is co-created by these three important actors. Suggest approaches for preparing our workforce and of course our students and our graduates, and therefore what kind of programs should we offer in PUP to be able to prepare our students and even our faculty for the future, and in the process attract other firms to relocate to the Philippines because of our AI capabilities, which means more jobs for us. You know, this strategy was formulated through the help of two of the country's top data scientists. That's Dr. Erica Ligara and academician Chris Monterola. So they came up on your right screen. They came up with this really sophisticated and very complex ways of defining the pillars and the strategies under each pillar. Nonetheless, let me just summarize to you that these are the key dimensions of our national AI strategy: the need for digitization and infrastructure, the need for more research and development. That's the reason why I kind of raised first the research rankings. The need for workforce, meaning to say, like, what kind of human capital development programming should we be thinking about to prepare ourselves for an AI future? To prepare our students, prepare our faculty, etc. And of course, regulation. Let me talk about digitization and infrastructure. The goal is to ensure that we have the minimum requirements to successfully promote an AI driven economy. As you very well know, if you take a look at the graphs to your right, or maybe it's to your left, we're not kind of doing very well. And um, so that's the reason why we need a roadmap. We need a very, very firm plan on how best to up the ante when it comes to our digitization and infrastructure, because we're nearly at the bottom of the heap. We're just a little bit over Indonesia, but then again, even in terms of the digital quality of life index, out of 85 countries, these are our rankings. So there's a lot of things to do, and that's the reason why we need that particular direction. Same thing with research and development. You know, um, Although we rank number 50 in the Global Innovation Index, the thing about our scientific and technical publications that it hasn't kind of improved. In fact, it has kind of depressed a bit, in 2020. Same thing with citable documents in H index, which by the way was the basis also for the rankings of Philippine universities, just kind of leveling up at number 54. But certainly in terms of scientific and technical publications, these are not good numbers to take a look at. Same thing with other innovation pillars. So you put in there human capital and research. It's not a good number to look at. Then, hence, I think the reason why we have to have a plan. you know so remember, my friends, PUP friends, that when it comes to the scientific and technical publications and citable index, we cannot escape from that. That's just the way the world talks. you know and so and that's just the way we are measured. And that's just the way we can actually attract other scientists and researchers to collaborate with us. So it's almost like if we kind of do well in R&D, we become a magnet for other scientists. It becomes just a whole cycle of growing and growing if we do well. Okay. Hence, I think the part of the centerpiece of the AI roadmap is to create a national center for AI research, which the DTI calls the NCARE. It will serve as the country's hub for AI research, instrumental in making us a powerhouse, responsible for advancing scientific discoveries utilizing AI, including algorithmic innovations, and engage R&D projects that address, of course, the socioeconomic needs of society. In other words, AI as the basis for coming up with solutions to our societal problems. And so we're saying that it can play a pivotal role in, number one, developing our talents. Number two, servicing our industries and even our government agencies so they can become much more efficient. Certainly, the National Center for AI Research can just lead to more efficient solutions. I generally call them to more efficiencies, to more value added way of doing things. And so this is patterned after the Agency for Science, Technology and Research of Singapore, after the Israel Innovation Authority, and the Fraunhofer in Germany. And so for those of you, I think, in your conferences or in your research have gone to A-STAR or Israel Innovation Authority and Fraunhofer, this is exactly what we mean by NCARE. So it's central to the implementation of NCARE is, of course, this very tight relationship between academia, industry, and government. Because where else can we find the primary seed beds of thinkers except in universities and colleges? So I think academia plays a central role in developing the workforce, the AI workforce of the future. So And of course, we say that knowledge co-creation should not just stop within PUP or should not just be within PUP. It should be PUP across other universities and colleges, and it should be PUP with other foreign universities and colleges, and it should be PUP with communities and PUP with industries, because it's the currency of the global knowledge economy. You know, the to the extent that we can constantly collaborate and co-create, you know, because remember, two brains, three brains, multiple brains are always better than one. It's just like brains together. So can you just imagine putting 110 million brains in here, and we become really the powerhouse that we envision ourselves to be. So, in other words, this was a statement of Secretary Lopez. It will help companies apply AI in their operations, and therefore, let's say for agriculture, it can avoid the spoilage of agricultural produce. And for machine maintenance, it can basically predict the maintenance. When does it have to be repaired? Where is the kink, etc., etc. Then, of course, the operations processes in research, maybe less OR computations there, and of course enhance decision making, because this time we have the predictive analytics to help us through and give us really good evidences, unbiased ones, less emotional ones, in terms of coming up with ways to innovate products, processes, and services. And this is what the statement from Undersecretary Aldaba. um, if we kind of demonstrate excellence, it's also a way to attract other companies like Google, Facebook, and Amazon to locate their AI R&D in the Philippines. In fact, there is a little bit of a scuttlebutt, although there's still a scuttlebutt, that Rolls-Royce might just be invited to relocate here, because once they do know that we have the talent for it, then we get to attract them to us, and of course us, yeah, demand the right professional fees for such talents. Okay, now the third component is workforce development, and that's the reason why I'm putting this out, is because the potential is there, but if we're not developing the right human capital, we kind of lose out in the game. And that's the reason why I say, if you take a look at the Global Innovation Index, human capital and research ranks of the country, in 2019, we're already 83rd, and then we went down to 86th in 2020. And even in terms of graduates in science and engineering, we were already doing very well in 2018 and 2019. And in 2020, we were down to 22nd. In terms of the number of researchers, we were already doing quite okay in 2017, 2018, 2019, and we're down again in 2020 to 87th. I think for those of you who have listened to my previous presentations as CHED Director 4 for Office of Planning, Research, and Knowledge Management, you do know that I kept on emphasizing that out of the nearly 4 million students in higher education institutions, both private and SUCs, I think roughly we just have about 12 to 13% in the STEM fields. So the others are in the non-STEM fields. Similarly, it's the same mirroring for our PhD holders. We probably only have about 5% of our PhDs in the STEM fields. Not that there's anything wrong with PhDs in other fields. They're just as great. PhD in creatives, in literature, in drama or design, music. Those are great PhDs, except that we have to balance it as well, because 15%, or yeah, let's say even 12%, it's not exactly, a very good number. It's not, we're not balancing the equation. Then of course there is regulation, because AI can actually possibly and potentially impede on our privacy. And that's the reason why there's also a lot of philosophical debate about the ethics of AI. But we're being reassured by the ICT that's not gonna impede on on our privacy. And so there's a lot of cybersecurity acts going on, a lot of reviews of the law, etc., etc. You know, it's even funny, but that they would say if you go for Food Panda, will Food Panda honor your what do you call this, your PWD card or your senior citizen card, and you would have thought that's an easy debate, but people are kind of wary about that as well because they think it's still pretty much an intrusion into privacy. So still a lot of things to thresh out. Like any other new technology, like any other innovation that's being introduced in the societal system, all of this, I think for us as educators, it's good for us to think about this very deeply and very reflectively so that we can revise the technology, and nothing wrong with revising the technology. We can enhance it, but enhancing can only come about by having an appreciation of the lay of the land and how best we can respond to it. So these were the participants in the National Artificial Intelligence launching. There was representatives from government, from the SUPs. There was PASUC President Tirso Ronquillo, from IBPAP, from MSMEs, etc., and of course from the academy. And that's just me, facilitating the whole conversation. I'm gonna skip this, but talking about structural, I should say, and governance opportunities, apart from the Innovation Act, which is participated in, by the way, by the DOST, DICT, NEDA, there are all these other programs, the setting up of innovation centers. There's a governance structure called the National Innovation Council. There's an innovation fund that can be tapped by researchers, scientists, and so that you can actually go through your R&D engagements. And of course, there's a whole national innovation agenda under which you have the AI roadmap. There's also the Innovative Startup Act, a separate RA, but certainly there are funds for and grants and aid for subsidies if you are a startup. Philippine Startup Development Program for all the capability building of startups. So faculty and students can pretty much engage with government, as well as the providers identified by government, both local and international. If you really want to have that so-called startup mindset, how do you tap into venture capital from here in the Philippines as well as abroad? How do you journey through it? Because there are so many phases, as you very well know. There's Series A, there's Series B, there's the valley of death. How do you avoid that? So all of these things are, because it's something new, then at least there's all of these facilitative guardrails from the government to help us out. There's even the a startup boss. It's like a business one-stop shop for all our business name registration, SEC, etc., etc., trademarking, IPO field, etc., etc. So there's a whole lot of, I should say, facilitative, what do you call this, and enabling structures that can make the startup environment and our engagement in AI much more exciting. Then, of course, we do know about the ease of doing business. And by the way, you can just read through it. Sometimes they announce all of these new innovations in the newspaper, or you can go to the website, even of the OST, because the OST and the ICT and CHED and NEDA, they're kind of working very, very tightly on this now, because certainly we have to come together as a country, as a nation, to be able to really get our talents going. Okay. But more than that, by the way, there's this also initiative that's coming up in the regions, including NCR, by the way, and they call it the Regional Inclusive Innovation Centers. So anybody can actually just access whatever portals there are. So as you can see in the illustration, you have there both private actors that can be chambers of commerce, there can be private service providers, of course, there's always government, private and public universities all working together to identify ways to help each other, you know. So this can be innovations along the lines of what new products can we think about, what new systems, what new types of services, what new kinds of processes can we think about, and commercialize those. And the good thing about this thing is because it's all about knowledge, you know, and knowledge products are so malleable, you know. You can constantly add on a feature to that knowledge product. It becomes entirely new the next day, you know. So if in fact, I keep on saying to myself, if I were younger, you know, I would have still put in a lot more time doing all of this, and which I'm passing on to the next generation in my family. And so, but take a look at all of this as not just as guardrails, but all as enabling structures that can make AI driven products much more exciting for both our faculty and our students. Now, looking at that, of course, there are opportunities, but sometimes there are also culturally driven, crisis driven opportunities, you know. So, to begin with, we do have leading and emerging HEI providers now in data science, you know. So we don't have to necessarily rely on government. Government is great, but there are private entities that are actually doing whatever they can do to just make sure it works. So AIM is leading the pack. I'm not quite, I think MSU IIT is next. There's, of course, UP Diliman is offering courses on data science. And President Bong, I'm pretty sure that this is something for you to consider as well, particularly for the stakeholders of PUP, which are, by the way, the largest stakeholders. So you can, this is certainly a big platform for you to explore. Um, then, of course, the lay of the land in terms of the tech entrepreneurship is also very, very wide. And so there are those who are dabbling in ag tech and new food. There are those who are dabbling in robotics. There are those who are dabbling in ed tech. The startups are all over the place. But so again, you can see those who are tapping on artificial intelligence is also growing. And so basically, you know, people can just move on from one I should say focal point to another. But so you can just imagine if we create to tap on these communities that are basically talking and using the same language. And because it's always great to have a community because they kind of reinforce each other's ideas. So no time now for being so proprietary about some of the ideas that we have. Okay. Now, we also have to remember that the pandemic is actually, as they say, the crisis is mother of all invention or innovation. But they say that the pandemic has actually also accelerated our inception and our development of digital tools and the automation of tasks. So again, we can see here a lot of percentage increase on the planned business adaptation in response to COVID-19, like what we're doing now, this professorial chair lecture. We never imagined ourselves being able to corral 181 people, you know, but now we can talk to them and still benefit from the conversation without necessarily worrying about procurement for hotel, for meals, for etc etc. This time it's cool, you know. So take a look at the percentages, and basically it gives you the map of where we are in terms of how we have creatively and imaginatively responded to the crisis. You know, as they say, you know, the COVID, the work from home system or mechanism is here to stay. And I think even this, you know, all of these webinars are here to stay. And and you know, I remember when I was at Shed, I was traveling almost twice a month, you know, away from my family, and I can just and then you will just be in Madrid for like 3 days, or New York for 2 days. But this time, we can have all of those meetings with our counterparts through the webinar. You just flip your time, but it's all right. Okay. Now, the culture of innovation in the Philippines is also, I should say, an opportunity in that they say that 88% is saying that among the business decision makers, they're already kind of thinking that innovation is a must. And 8 out of 10 organizations in the Philippines are also trying to speed up digitalization to adapt the new reality. So again, when interviewed, this is what's going on. 43% or 44% are saying that they will fortify resilience with technology. 25% are saying that they will invest in people's capabilities and skills. 21.4% are saying that they will redesign processes to empower people so that they can drive up innovation, and 9.8% are saying that they will leverage data to increase competitiveness. Now, is this good? At least at the level of intent, these are good numbers. How it's translated, of course, in the level of action is something else, and which I'm going to show you later on. But as I've said, it's good to have these numbers, and we can capitalize on these numbers. At least it's already in the mind of many people. Um, Again, in terms of startup ecosystems, this is where we are. In other words, there's already a little bit of an active set of communities here, there, all over the archipelago doing all of this. Kumo is, of course, the one leading the pack, but we also have MedCheck, we have Highbrain, Ruma Racket, Capital, etc., etc. A lot of this, and then of course there's idea space. A lot of this I think are familiar to you, but it's good for us to have an appreciation of these numbers. Number one, so that we don't feel alone anymore. Number two, we're kind of compelled to know who are they and where are they, so that we can connect to them, learn from their experiences, and who knows, they might just be in need as well of talents. And the good thing about the startup ecosystem is that it can be a gig. You can always kind of exchange talents or share talents. That's how I saw it in Canada. That's how I saw it as well in California. When we were visiting all of these different, I should say, startup communities, particularly in the Stanford and UC Berkeley areas. Okay, now what are the challenges? This will be interesting, and I'm down to my last few slides. The challenges is that we still have a lack of understanding of data science and AI. And so I'm pointing this out to you because as an educational community, then I think it behooves us to ensure that if these are the potential, I should say, bonanzas that we can gain from AI, then I think as an educational institution, we have to move our programs and our research and extension towards something that can really promise economic sustainability and growth for the country. I don't have the answers yet on how best you can do it, but certainly, in other words, it's worth the investment in faculty and in students to kind of get them to have a clear capture and an in-depth capture of data science and AI. The lack of knowledge on potential use cases. Of course, without interviews would yield all of those wonderful numbers, but we're talking about our country writ large, particularly among MSMEs or other organizations. What can analytics really do in terms of the way we do things? So, as they say, many of our local enterprises cannot yet connect or relate to many of the examples. Others, in fact, are wary or kind of scared or fearful or anxious about what it would do. In fact, people would say, would that mean that we would lose jobs because somebody else is going to take over on the usual work that we do? Those things. So how do you disengage people from that kind of thinking? How do you disabuse them, disabuse their minds from thinking about the almost apocalyptic images of AI? Then of course there's lack of resources, whether it's computational resources, which I think a lot of the SUCs still face, or manpower resources, because there are probably very few faculty who are yet specializing in data analytics or data science. The same thing, mostly MSMEs may not have the computational resources or even the capability to set up their computational resources. I do have some friends who are assisting some micro enterprises, and once they hear about the price, like 50,000, they would say, "Oh, let's just do it by hand." So that kind of thing, they never see the efficiencies or what it does to the value added factors that it you know that for the company or for the enterprise. They don't see that. So there's a lot of, I should say, evangelizing that has to come out, particularly from us, because we're the ones who hold the ace in terms of the kind of information we have. Like this data that I'm showing you, these are things that you can build your extension programs on, kind of educate people, enlighten them about what it can do to make things much more efficient for them in doing their business, running their small bakeries, etc., etc. So there's less spoilage, and therefore, I'm just as an example, and therefore more money for the enterprise. Same thing with the lack of data strategy, but the lack of data strategy is also about, well, a lack of data orientation to begin with. How to collect, what to collect, how to analyze, how to store, etc., etc. You know, um, in my work here at the DTI, I'm also getting to realize, because it's now more expanded than my usual work at CHED, then I got to realize that some government agencies, for instance, are not yet too data oriented. And so if you do ask them about some information, you get to realize that there's no format on how they got that information and what that information for, and so even that the structuring of the instrument, the analytical tools that they need to know about in order to make sense of the data. And so it's not just an off the cuff, oh, I need this information, but they have to have an end in mind. What is that information for, and how it can aid in robust decision making, or even in expenditure programming, and even in, let's say, rationalizing as to why this and not that. you know so so this is something that even at the very basic level, undergrad level, we have to inculcate in our students that, you know next time decisions really have to be based on well-crafted instruments, so that it yields us with the right data, and that also lend themselves to the right analytical tools. Then, of course, there's uncertainties about legal and regulatory framework for AI, but I've talked to you about this before. It's something that is being worked out by various entities, both private and public, because the thing is that we don't want the public to get get how do you call this, a bad experience out of this. We want AI to be empowering instead of something that brings about fear and anxiety. Well, this is one interesting survey, and I credit this to the DTI. They did start a smart manufacturing survey of establishment to assess the technology utilization of manufacturing firms in terms of what they understand to be Industry 4.0 applications. whether this is on planning and scheduling or manufacturing activity management, equipment connectivity and data management, material management and handling, equipment maintenance, shop floor visibility, quality or cybersecurity. So along these lines, very, very, how should I say it? Totally applicable, totally applied research. How more straightforward can you get? Because it's difficult to talk about AI if we're not even looking at how well they think. How are we doing in terms of the applications or the potential applications of industry 4.0 technologies. And this was the metrics, so you're on level 1 if you still think that you're doing it purely manually. You're level 2 if you're doing it with just a spreadsheet. You're level 3 if you have a standalone database management system with legacy applications. Level 4 if you have manufacturing execution system using this layer. And level 5 if your MES plus Internet of Things, big data, machine learning, etc., is already being applied. And this is interesting because, especially for our engineering and faculty here, this would be very interesting because take a look at where we are in terms of the levels in all the manufacturing dimensions. So you see there in all categories, everybody's kind of just converging in level 2 and level 3, for micro industries, then, understandably, that's the kind of numbers that we would get. That 17% of them are still in level 1, but then again, only 4% are in level 4, and there's no level 5. You know, uh, and for small, then we have the numbers kind of slowly giving way to level 5 with 13%, both for level 4 and 5, and 13% as well for level 1. But still, a lot of them are still concentrated on the levels 2 and 3. For medium, then we now get to see a little bit different, a much more robust 67% on level 2, 30% on level 3, but a little bit on level 4, 4%. Now, for large companies, we have still low 8% for level 5, and some 24%, nearly one third for level 4. So for levels 4 and 5, then you at least have more than a third of them doing, high level manufacturing dimensions. So again, that's something for us to kind of also appreciate, and also maybe I will be providing you with this slide, so you can certainly utilize it in your classes. Um, so again, when we talk about how are they transitioning, because a lot of them seem to be just transitioning from Industry 2.0 to 3.0. This is a good summary. 44% have no maintenance system and is only repaired reactively. 31% have shop floor status via scheduled reports. 35% are still in control documents, paper-based approaches. 46% no established cybersecurity procedures and programs. And so I'm gonna remind my brother about this, who's our COO in the hospital. 53% are still pretty much in the control and track manufacturing activities manually through paper-based systems. So can you just imagine, teaching all your students based on the books as to what an ideal manufacturing stage is, and then they go to the industry and this is what they find out. So 44% still raw materials are pulled into the shop floor by unsecured request system. 31% start work orders based on demand. So in other words, there's no predictive, very little predictive analytics. And 58% have no manufacturing equipment connected to the network. So in fact, I think this might be good for us to tell our students, hey, by the way, these are the realities on the ground, because they might just be expecting that what they read in the books, in the references that you provide them, is going to happen right at the shop floor. And it's not, you know. Now, is this something good? Well, it's a little bit dismal, but the good thing about this, because we're all researchers, we're all scientists, we're all R&D guys, is that it's more than a wake-up call. It's something that we can do. We do know that we can do it. We do know that we have the talents, we have the quantitative abilities, the mathematical abilities to do this. We teach it, we study it, and given the chance, we can turn this around. So I think that's what we're trying to convey here. um and yet, so 18 out of 40, it's still a pretty much low score, but a lot of them are basically exhibiting some levels of utilization in cybersecurity, quality, manufacturing, activity management, but the rest are a mixed bag. Okay, by geographical location, understandably so, everybody is concentrated in Mega Manila area. It's like the NCR plus, so Region 3 and Region 4A, and that's the reason why even in economic decisions or even in health decisions, we have to say we have to take care first of Mega Manila because this is where the whole economic activity is concentrated. And hence, I think this is the reason why data like this is important for us to guide our decisions across the board. So this is a great thing for us to think about. Okay. Um, Primary considerations for shifting to Industry 4.0. We're glad that there is an appreciation for it. We can see that 28% are talking about improvement in productivity and competitiveness. Others are talking about innovation, technology advancement, cost of investment and funding, market. But the 29% here is something that we should be wary about because they're saying they're not even considering or unfamiliar with it. So um, so familiarity does not necessarily translate to action. So again, as I've said, we don't know how the questions also were asked, but certainly 77%, 67%, and 83% are large numbers, good percentages. But then again, how it's translated, and as we already saw that, then that's a bit of a concern. The barriers are certainly, again, understandable. Financial considerations, of course, unfamiliar and therefore not considering. Other company reasons, because who knows, they might be family owned. Then market conditions, certainly a big concern because sometimes I think market is so unpredictable. Lack of skills, knowledge, and expertise, certainly, because as I've said, there was no manual for it to begin with. Then poor digital infrastructure. I'm even glad now that we can even talk because sometimes, look, even my internet becomes spotty. So it is really contributing to much more inefficiencies. Last more slides. Again, investment on artificial intelligence. We're the last in Southeast Asia. So I think we have to do something about this one. In other words, I'm showing you these graphs because these are something for us to upend. And therefore, if it has to be upended, we have to plan about it. Okay. Of course, research vis-a-vis GDP, research budget vis-a-vis GDP, we're just below the average at 0.16%, and we're just almost a little over than Myanmar. Yusek Rowena Guevara, as totally admirable advocate of science and technology, has been gunning for more budget for R&D, that to spread out among SUCs. So I think that's got to be, she's got to be supported, or DST has got to be supported in that engagement. This one is something interesting, but the last few slides. I also talk about the innovation readiness of SUCs in the Philippines, and only 4% have basically self-rated themselves as ready. high, and the rest 52%, this is across SUKs 1, 2, 3, 4, are saying that they're not ready, and only 44% are kind of saying yes and no, yes and no. If you take a look at this, for instance, what factors can attribute can are lead them towards innovation preparedness? You know, they're looking at management of the SUKs as basically not enabling them to actually pursue innovation. They're also taking a look at the basic research function quotient, as well as the lack of industry-facing research, the lack of industry-facing teaching, and 21st century teaching as contributory to this innovation scores. And so I think this is good for us to also take a look, where is PUP in this web chart, but surprisingly, even in leadership, no one among the SUKs this is self-report, even kind of rated themselves as 2.5. None, no 2.5s, in fact, so on the average. So this is interesting. If you also take a look at the innovation readiness across SUKs, so you would find in there the white ones, just like an X-ray. If you see some whites, then something is wrong. So across the board, management is a bit of a problem. For SUKs 1, 2, 3, and 4, you also have problems of linkages for SUKs 1 and 2. Basic and applied research, for SUKs 1 and SUKs 4, industry-facing research across the board, teaching, industry-facing curriculum across the board, 21st century facing curriculum across the board, and global research initiatives, a bit of a problem for SUK 1. So in other words, here we are talking about the primary platforms, the primary seed beds for innovation, and yet structurally, this is where our SUKs are. So I'm posing no judgments here. I'm just really reporting the scores. Okay. So again, SUK performance and innovation pillars, all of those with arrows, you would see there. It's just another snapshot of where we are. But certainly something has got to be done for all of those lows and averages, but very, very few highs, So there's got to be probably an internal assessment and reflection on how we do things, um, and to be able to really participate and totally engage in the promises of AI technologies. So what's the future? Well, it's here to stay, and that it's the only way for us to really uh, jumpstart the economy with all the creative imagination and talents of Filipinos, and also and also the infusion and the presence of capital here and here, as well as foreign capital. There's no reason why we cannot fast track the digitalization of enterprises, as well as, of course, the uh, the development of our startups offering Industry 4.0 and digital transformation services. Um, for government, of course, we expect government to constantly have an all of government approach to ensure that we have the necessary infrastructure. And I've shown you that it's starting to do that. For academia, here we are, we have to amp amp our research productivity and the quality of our research products, um, so that we also kind of broaden up our focus from just basic research, but also work on applied research in collaboration with other knowledge co-creators such as communities and industries. And also think about solutions, or markets. What exactly are we trying to solve, and who are can we what are the pain points, and then who are the possible buyers and users of all of these potential solutions that we're thinking of. you know solutions is at the very end, but the very process of arriving at solution entails earnest R&D and entails earnest and I should say robust research methodology and some solid theoretical understanding. So it's still pretty much along the whole cycle. So it doesn't mean that because it's applied, it no longer has to concern itself with the robustness of the whole research process. Um, then, of course, talent development is important. For business and industry, we say too that utilization and patronizing some of the solutions that we offer, they should try those out. So, but then again, that would also entail a lot of evangelization. And really, I think if you get to be friendly with business and industry, there's no reason why they will not basically try on the solutions that we offer. So again, that's the reason why we've formed the regional inclusive innovation centers, so that there's always that space for conversations and space for talking things through. I normally, like, for instance, in my personal capacity, not just as assistant secretary for DTI, but I normally would host little parties here in Rockwell, just to get the actors together, talking over coffee and dessert, or, a glass of wine, or, just so, the engagement never stops. So it's so that things are always like, brewing and percolating. And I think that's a critical component of success. Then, of course, for society in general, the need to appreciate upskilling, the need to appreciate reskilling, the need to appreciate lifelong learning, and that you can go in and out of the skilling system, the upskilling system, that there is really no need to kind of just be focused on one having, let's say, an advanced degree, but one can actually always relearn and come up with new things to learn. And so, my friends in PUP, I would like to thank you again for the invitation as Professorial Chairholder. I totally enjoyed it. And President Bong, thank you very much again. And to all of you, my colleagues in education and and innovation, thank you and welcome to this wonderful experiment and constant failure and success and never ending failure and success and trial and error, but that's just the name of the game. So thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Sir Nat, for that wonderful discussion about AI and manufacturing. So, Sir Julius, do we have some questions?
Okay, so let me check the chat box first. So there's a question here, sir, Dr. Juanillo. Now, since there's an exponential rate on online seller, how effective is the manufacturing digital management strategies?
Well, we don't know yet. That's we're coming up right now with a very earnest assessment of all of these seamless processes. I was asking my staff if I could share it with you, and he said that right now there's a little bit of an embargo on that. So because we're trying to come up with a more, I should say, tighter evidence as to exactly how is this impacting on each other. But
I think Sir Nat is having technical
I will send yeah, I'm pretty sure that this would come up, but it's one of those dimensions that in the study that we're also trying to I don't want to surmise on it right now.
Thank you, sir. Sir, another question from the participant. What will be your insight in this particular question? Is the Philippines ready to embrace artificial intelligence as of
uh
now?
I believe so. Ang likot ng imagination ng
Mhm.
Pinoy, di ba? Because it all starts really with solutions thinking. It all starts really with design thinking, ways to kind of systematize our thoughts on how best to deliver those solutions, which I don't have to preach to you because you're a converted group here. But because can you just imagine how come, let's say, we when we team up with our counterparts in other countries, we're just as effusive and as good, etc., etc. So I doubt it if we're gonna lose out in the AI race, considering that there is and also the apart from imagination, the problems are just so many. Because it starts with problem identification. The problems are just so many that we will not run out of ways to think about addressing the efficiencies relative to those problems. So again, what are the mechanics? Design thinking, immersion, really studying, opening up all our four senses to what's going on, the ability to empathize and to kind of really put ourselves into the shoes of communities or groups and individuals. um, it's when I was in Harvard, I think this was 2 years ago, in October 2019. In fact, I was invited by the Harvard School of Medicine to kind of observe how they teach medicine. And the title of the conference was Science in the Age of Experience, because they teach science in the context of how patients live the experience. So I think experience is key, you know. So I think so that's one. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So in relation to that, what's your opinion about the competencies now of our newly graduates? Since we're already dealing with the new normal, and we know the fact that student doesn't anymore go to school and learn important skills in the laboratory, especially if you're in the field of engineering and medicine. So how do you now, what can you say about the competencies now of our newly graduates? Thank you.
You know what, sir, Julius, to begin with, I will be so hobbled in that kind of answer because I'm pretty sure that that's even if I offer an insight, that will not be based on any kind of acceptable metrics. Having because different there are different, I should say, vantage points in assessing competencies. But the only insight I can say right now is that we have our traditional ways of assessing competencies, right? COVID or no COVID, right? COVID or no COVID, the Philippines has always had a way to assess competencies. And the big question that has been talked about, not just in the Philippines, but even in the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation discussions on human capabilities, is that how reflective are those measures of competencies, uh, of how reflective are those instruments of real competencies. Now, Canada, Australia, of course, US and China, Japan have a different way of answering that. But for us, we do have our own metrics, like board exams are metrics. So but that's even in the Philippines controversial, if that's a metric in itself or not a metric, etc. But suffice it to say that other countries don't have that kind of metrics. Yeah. So
Thank you, sir. So another question. I usually hear that there's a gap between the academy and the industry. May I ask, sir, in what way you can bridge the gap effectively?
well, yeah, I must say that the best way really is for, especially, let's say, PUP, which has the largest population of students, and industries always look up to PUP as the source of their work, of their talents. You know, I think engaging the industry, and I think some of the players in the industry are very well known, as well as friends of President Bong, as well as you yourselves are friends with Sepi. It's with Dan La Chica. Dan is always asking for ways to kind of recalibrate, let's say, the engineering curriculum, because it's not answering, let's say, the needs of the semiconductor electronics industry. So what exactly is Dr. Dan saying? And I think you have to listen to that, Engineer Galpeo, you know, because always coming up with, I just need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but the deans of engineering would say, but it's not in the engineering curriculum, blah blah blah, But I think you probably have to take a more relaxed view on this one. And I think the reason why sometimes industry doesn't reach out, it's because I think we're so habituated to ensuring that kasi si OPC yan, kasi si OP, kasi si OD, kasi soup leveling, di ba? I mean, those things become hindrance to imagination, if I may say. Or
Thank
OPCR. Hindi ka it's OPCR ni. Kasi
OPCR.
IPCR ni. 'Di ba? It becomes like that, Or there's no reward for industry immersion of faculty or students, or that you haven't really defined internship, what it means, what it should be. Those things.
Sure.
Very simple, simple stories.
Are there some questions now?
I think that's very insightful, especially now for our students who are watching. Um, Really, I think there are sometimes they are very frustrated, not able to go to school, perform laboratory works, and also the immersion because there is a mandate for a moratorium of having face-to-face immersion. So I guess that that particular thing worries them, what awaits them in the future. So um, I hope that they will not be discouraged because everyone adjust is adjusting to this present situation. So for our safety, of course, we have to abide by the rules and regulations. So thank you very much, Sir Nap, for your time and being our guest of honor. So to
Thank
continue
you.
with our program, for the awarding of certificate, may I call on the Dean of the College of Science, Dr. Lincoln A. Bautista, for the awarding of certificate to our guests.
Thank you, Ma'am Josie. Let's award the certificate of recognition to our distinguished guest speaker and guest resource person. Polytechnic University of the Philippines. This certificate of recognition is given to Dr. Napoleon K. Juanillo Jr. in grateful recognition and acknowledgement of his distinguished and invaluable service rendered as guest of honor and speaker in the Science, Engineering, and Technology Professorial Chairholder Lecture Series. Structural opportunities and challenges to the diffusion of artificial intelligence in the Philippines. Given this 21st day of July 2021 at the PUP Main Campus, Santa Mesa, Manila, Philippines. Signed, Dr. Manuel M. Muhi, University President. Thank you very much, ASEC.
Thank you. Thank you po. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So may we request Dr. Juanillo and Dr. Bautista to open their camera for the photo opportunity, sir. Sir Lincoln, pa-open ko ng camera. Ayan.
Po. Open po tayo ng cam. Pa. 1, 2, 3. Ayan. Gallery 2. 1, 2, 3. Okay na po. Thank you po.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
Thank you,
Doc.
sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so that ends our morning session, and we will come back this afternoon at 1 p.m. So I hope that everyone stays with us because we have two more speakers talking about different topics with their specialization. So uh, let's all have a good lunch and be safe, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Okay. Anyway, we would like to thank our participants coming from different schools and different offices. So we have participants from Bataan Peninsula State University, Western Philippines University, the Urdaneta City University, University of the Philippines Los Baños, University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Salala, the University of Northern Philippines, UCU PIES, UAE University, TUP Manila, Trinity College, TIP Quezon City, St. Paul University, Southern City Colleges, SMDI Consultants Incorporated, SGS Kuwait, Samar State University, Romblon State University, Queen City University. Also, we have PUP Paranaque and PUP Manila. We have also participants from PSME Qatar, PICE Pangasinan, PICE Urdaneta City, PICE Singapore, the Peter Jan Construction, Pamantasan ng Kabuyaw, Our Lady of Fatima University, NU Bulacan, Nueva Vizcaya State University. We also have participants from the National Irrigation Administration, Montion Construction Corporation, Manuel L. Quezon University, Mapua University, Malayan Colleges of Laguna, Manuel S. Enverga University, Macario Pagaraon or Pagaragan Junior Construction, Liman Bear PH, Jafcor Development Company Incorporated, Innovative Concepts Marketing, the Ifugao State University, BSIE 41 Batch 2022, Holy Angel University, Habib College, Fiati University, DPWH, DOST TAPI, Central Colleges of the Philippines, the Cebu Technological University, CCP, Camarines Sur Polytechnic College, Cagayan Valley Center for Health Development, Biliran Province State University, Bicol University, the AMA University, Aklan State University, and of course, all our Facebook Live viewers. So thank you very much for participating in our event. So, President Muhi, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of our President. Sir Bong, baka po may gusto po kayong ipahatid sa ating mga audience and participants.
Opportunities in the countryside, throughout the countries, to retain power, water, road network, everything, rolled into one.
Okay, so see you all later at 1 p.m.
You will instead us. Don't be discouraged, you'll realize. It's hard to keep courage in a world full of people. You can lose sight of it. The darkness around you makes you feel so small. But see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful like the Show me your splendid. Don't be unhappy, can't remember when I last saw you laughing. If this world makes you crazy and you've taken all you can, just call me because you know I'll be there. And I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful. I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful. Like the red.
Welcome to the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, the country's first Polytechnic U. PUP is a state-run university governed by the Republic Act 8292, known as the Higher Education Modernization Act of 1997, and its implementing rules and regulations contained in the Commission on Higher Education Memorandum Circular No. 4, Series of 1997. It is home to more than 70,000 students, making it the largest state university in the Philippines in terms of student population. It is the university's commitment to give qualified and talented students access to quality and responsive education to aid them in the achievement of their dreams and the improvement of their lives. True to its commitment of making education accessible to all, the university has strategically established campuses and branches all over Luzon. Boasts of its roster of 1,483 full-time and part-time faculty members and 707 administrative employees. The faculty members and employees perform the collective goal of training, servicing, and supporting the university's stakeholders. From its humble beginnings in 1904, PUP was originally established as the Manila Business School primarily for the training of personnel for government service and to provide skills needed for private employment. 4 years later, the Manila Business School was renamed Philippine School of Commerce or PSC and merged with the Philippine Normal School from 1933 to 1946. Through the virtue of Republic Act 778, PSC was renamed to Philippine College of Commerce or PCC in 1952. In April 1, 1978, PCC was converted into a chartered state university now known as the Polytechnic University of the Philippines by virtue of Presidential Decree No. 1341. PUP truly has come a long way from a business school to a premier polytechnic university, the very first in the country. Every year, around 50,000 graduating high school students, mostly from economically challenged families, take the Polytechnic University of the Philippines College Entrance Test or PUPSET and hope to become one of the 10,000 who will be given a chance to be new PUPians. At present, the university offers more than 80 programs in the graduate and undergraduate levels with its strategic direction of making the colleges vertically articulated. Graduate School, College of Accountancy and Finance, College of Arts and Letters, College of Architecture and Fine Arts, College of Business Administration, College of Communication, College of Computer and Information Sciences, College of Education, College of Engineering, College of Law, College of Political Science and Public Administration, College of Social Sciences and Development, College of Science, College of Tourism, Hospitality and Transportation Management, College of Human Kinetics, Institute of Technology. PUP further strengthens its open university system through expanded tertiary education equivalency and accreditation program and the non-traditional system program. It caters to borderless educational system that aims to reach many learners as possible. For more than a century of existence, countless outstanding achievements have raised PUP to the level of a national comprehensive university. With a vision to transform the university into an epistemic community, PUP subscribes to the idea that a university should have an extensive research and extension development culture. Each year, PUP surpasses national passing rate in licensure examinations and ranks among the top in different academic disciplines. PUP has also institutionalized academic exchange and international cooperation with various countries all over the world through its Office of International Affairs. Today, PUP is relishing its successes and its students are enjoying unprecedented academic opportunities. An enhanced campus environment, upgraded colleges, state-of-the-art technology, and nationally and internationally recognized programs. It has gone far from what it was more than a century ago. This is mainly due to the support given by the government, the PUP community, and its benefactors. With the combined efforts, PUP will continue to be a partner in nation building and in poverty alleviation for the marginalized sector of the society, with quality, responsive, and relevant education as a tool. PUP, the country's first polytechnic U.
Allow me to share with you my vision for the university. I envision PUP to become the pioneering and leading national polytechnic university in the 21st century. With a national polytechnic university status, it will bring more opportunities for the university to further strengthen its academic programs and improve organizational performance as an institution for higher education. In pursuit for this vision, my mission for PUP is for it to recognize its catalytic role for national development. PUP will ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities through a re-engineered polytechnic education. By re-engineering, we look into the existing processes and programs in order to achieve higher quality of academic programs and services following the principles of effectiveness and efficiency. With this mission in mind, I have formulated 10 pillars as my reform agenda for the university. Pillar 1, Dynamic, Transformational, and Responsible Leadership. Empower academic and administrative leaders by following the core principles of good governance to create collective growth and unity. Here I would like to highlight an innovation by introducing the development of an integrity management plan to assess, plan, and implement anti-corruption strategies that will secure the institution against corruption and abuse. Likewise, asset management and resource generation will be aggressively pursued to ensure productivity and finance the implementation of the plans and projects for the university. Pillar 2, Responsive and Innovative Curricula and Instruction. We aim to provide world-class polytechnic education that responds to national and global needs by developing intellectually challenging curricula and design academic programs that are based on industry demands to provide the learners with adequate and relevant competencies and skills and prepare them for a successful and rewarding careers. In a rapidly changing world, we recognize the paradigm shift in curriculum to outcome-based education with lifelong learning approach. Pillar 2 also sits on the framework of internationalization of Philippine higher education through transnational education by promoting academic mobility among faculty and students and global dimension into the curricula and teaching process. Pillar 3, Enabling and Productive Learning Environment. Following education in Industry 4.0, we aim to increase and enhance the use of new technology to enable student learning and engagement, as well as advanced teaching process and methodology through new and state-of-the-art facilities that will support the overall learning and teaching experience in the university. Pillar 3 likewise includes campus development and the provision of conducive learning centers and facilities for students and faculty. Pillar 4, Holistic Student Development and Engagement. We will empower students as well as rounded learners and active young leaders as we open opportunities for various academic mobility and venues for honing skills and personal development, being the principal stakeholder of the university. Recognize academic freedom as a form of self-expression and a platform to showcase students' intellect, skills, and creativity. Pillar 5, Empowered Faculty Members and Employees. Likewise, we are looking into the holistic development of our faculty and employees as productive, competent, and experts in their respective fields. We will encourage our faculty roster through formal education, capacity building, research and extension initiatives, faculty immersion, and other academic engagements, both local and abroad. We will ensure that both our faculty and employees will have a vibrant career development path as public servants in this state university. Pillar 6, Vigorous Research Production and Utilization. We will continue to strengthen the research culture in the university by promoting discovery and innovation through increasing disciplinary and collaborative research integration across academic disciplines to create new knowledge, utilize research findings, and develop innovative products. Pillar 7, Global Academic Standards and Excellence. Achieve the highest levels of recognition in quality and compliance standards from CHED, AACUP, and other international accrediting and regulatory bodies for higher education. We will intensify our efforts to achieve and sustain better academic performance and continue to excel as a top-performing school in various professional licensure examinations and produce board top-notchers as well as sustain our status of being the most preferred graduates of employers. Likewise, we aim to establish and to be recognized as centers of development and excellence in our academic programs. Pillar 8, Synergistic, Productive Strategic Networks and Partnerships. Synergize and forge strategic linkages and partnerships across all sectors of society and the global community in line with the overall plans and programs of the university. Establish alliance with the government, industry sector, NGOs, and the academe will lead to resource sharing, program support, and research collaborations beneficial for all. Pillar 9, Active and Sustained Stakeholders Engagement. Harness a healthy and harmonious organization by empowering all its stakeholders, both internal and external, through open communication networks, consultative and participative undertakings, and team-building activities, recognizing that all stakeholders can greatly contribute towards the betterment of the university. Pillar 10, Sustainable Social Development Programs and Projects. Expand access to education, knowledge building, and information dissemination through sharing of expertise and resources for community development. Support inclusivity approach and education by embarking on Education on Wheels, which aims to bring access to education closer to communities, following the principle of no one will be left behind. As the University of the People, we should bring the university closer to their hearts to serve their needs and extend assistance in mainstreaming public service. Our institution must continue to stand as one for the values that we have inculcated. For the past 115 years, we have exemplified our quest for truth, excellence, equity, relevance, effectiveness, integrity, and academic freedom. Lastly, I call upon each and everyone to join me in this journey. Together we stand as one para sa sintang paaralan para sa ating bayan.
So caught up inside ourselves, we think that we should give. So for tonight, we pray for what we know can be, and every day we hope for what we still can't see. It's up to us to make the change, and even though we all can still do more, there's so much to be thankful for. Beyond ourselves, there's so much sorrow. It's late to say arise tomorrow. Each of us must find our groove. It's all long overdue. So for tonight, we pray for what we know can be, and every day we hope for what we still can see.
be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful, like a red
Welcome to the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, the country's first Polytechnic U. PUP is a state-run university governed by the Republic Act 8292, known as the Higher Education Modernization Act of 1997, and its implementing rules and regulations contained in the Commission on Higher Education Memorandum Circular No. 4, Series of 1997. It is home to more than 70,000 students, making it the largest state university in the Philippines in terms of student population. It is the university's commitment to give qualified and talented students access to quality and responsive education to aid them in the achievement of their dreams and the improvement of their lives. True to its commitment of making education accessible to all, the university has strategically established campuses and branches all over Luzon. Boasts of its roster of 1,483 full-time and part-time faculty members and 707 administrative employees. The faculty members and employees perform the collective goal of training, servicing, and supporting the university's stakeholders. From its humble beginnings in 1904, PUP was originally established as the Manila Business School primarily for the training of personnel for government service and to provide skills needed for private employment. 4 years later, the Manila Business School was renamed Philippine School of Commerce or PSC and merged with the Philippine Normal School from 1933 to 1946. Through the virtue of Republic Act 778, PSC was renamed to Philippine College of Commerce or PCC in 1952. In April 1, 1978, PCC was converted into a chartered state university now known as the Polytechnic University of the Philippines by virtue of Presidential Decree No. 1341. PUP truly has come a long way from a business school to a premier polytechnic university, the very first in the country. Every year, around 50,000 graduating high school students, mostly from economically challenged families, take the Polytechnic University of the Philippines College Entrance Test or PUPSET and hope to become one of the 10,000 who will be given a chance to be new PUPians. At present, the university offers more than 80 programs in the graduate and undergraduate levels with its strategic direction of making the colleges vertically articulated. Graduate School, College of Accountancy and Finance, College of Arts and Letters, College of Architecture and Fine Arts, College of Business Administration, College of Communication, College of Computer and Information Sciences, College of Education, College of Engineering, College of Law, College of Political Science and Public Administration, College of Social Sciences and Development, College of Science, College of Tourism, Hospitality and Transportation Management, College of Human Kinetics, Institute of Technology. PUP further strengthens its open university system through expanded tertiary education equivalency and accreditation program and the non-traditional system program. It caters to borderless educational system that aims to reach many learners as possible. For more than a century of existence, countless outstanding achievements have raised PUP to the level of a national comprehensive university. With a vision to transform the university into an epistemic community, PUP subscribes to the idea that a university should have an extensive research and extension development culture. Each year, PUP surpasses national passing rate in licensure examinations and ranks among the top in different academic disciplines. PUP has also institutionalized academic exchange and international cooperation with various countries all over the world through its Office of International Affairs. Today, PUP is relishing its successes and its students are enjoying unprecedented academic opportunities. An enhanced campus environment, upgraded colleges, state-of-the-art technology, and nationally and internationally recognized programs. It has gone far from what it was more than a century ago. This is mainly due to the support given by the government, the PUP community, and its benefactors. With the combined efforts, PUP will continue to be a partner in nation building and in poverty alleviation for the marginalized sector of the society, with quality, responsive, and relevant education as a tool. PUP, the country's first polytechnic U.
Allow me to share with you my vision for the university. I envision PUP to become the pioneering and leading national polytechnic university in the 21st century. With a national polytechnic university status, it will bring more opportunities for the university to further strengthen its academic programs and improve organizational performance as an institution for higher education. In pursuit for this vision, my mission for PUP is for it to recognize its catalytic role for national development. PUP will ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities through a re-engineered polytechnic education. By re-engineering, we look into the existing processes and programs in order to achieve higher quality of academic programs and services following the principles of effectiveness and efficiency. With this mission in mind, I have formulated 10 pillars as my reform agenda for the university. Pillar 1, Dynamic, Transformational, and Responsible Leadership. Empower academic and administrative leaders by following the core principles of good governance to create collective growth and unity. Here I would like to highlight an innovation by introducing the development of an integrity management plan to assess, plan, and implement anti-corruption strategies that will secure the institution against corruption and abuse. Likewise, asset management and resource generation will be aggressively pursued to ensure productivity and finance the implementation of the plans and projects for the university. Pillar 2, Responsive and Innovative Curricula and Instruction. We aim to provide world-class polytechnic education that responds to national and global needs by developing intellectually challenging curricula and design academic programs that are based on industry demands to provide the learners with adequate and relevant competencies and skills and prepare them for a successful and rewarding careers. In a rapidly changing world, we recognize the paradigm shift in curriculum to outcome-based education with lifelong learning approach. Pillar 2 also sits on the framework of internationalization of Philippine higher education through transnational education by promoting academic mobility of faculty and students and global dimension into the curricula and teaching process. Pillar 3, Enabling and Productive Learning Environment. Following Education in Industry 4.0, we aim to increase and enhance the use of new technology to enable student learning and engagement, as well as advanced teaching process and methodology through new and state-of-the-art facilities that will support the overall learning and teaching experience in the university. Pillar 3 likewise includes campus development and the provision of conducive learning centers and facilities for students and faculty. Pillar 4, Holistic Student Development and Engagement. We will empower students as well as rounded learners and active young leaders as we open opportunities for various academic mobility and venues for honing skills and personal development, being the principal stakeholder of the university. Recognize academic freedom as a form of self-expression and a platform to showcase students' intellect, skills, and creativity. Pillar 5, Empowered faculty members and employees. Likewise, we are looking into the holistic development of our faculty and employees as productive, competent, and experts in their respective fields. We will encourage our faculty roster through formal education, capacity building, research and extension initiatives, faculty immersion, and other academic engagements, both local and abroad. We will ensure that both our faculty and employees will have a vibrant career development path as public servants in this state university. Pillar 6, Vigorous research production and utilization. We will continue to strengthen the research culture in the university by promoting discovery and innovation through increasing disciplinary and collaborative research integration across academic disciplines to create new knowledge, utilize research findings, and develop innovative products. Pillar 7, Global Academic Standards and Excellence. Achieve the highest levels of recognition in quality and compliance standards from CHED, AACUP, and other international accrediting and regulatory bodies for higher education. We will intensify our efforts to achieve and sustain better academic performance and continue to excel as a top-performing school in various professional licensure examinations and produce board top-notchers as well as sustain our status of being the most preferred graduates of employers. Likewise, we aim to establish and to be recognized as centers of development and excellence in our academic programs. Pillar 8, Synergistic, Productive, Strategic Networks and Partnerships. Synergize and forge strategic linkages and partnerships across all sectors of society and the global community in line with the overall plans and programs of the university. Establish alliance with the government, industry sector, NGOs, and the academe will lead to resource sharing, program support, and research collaborations beneficial for all. Pillar 9, Active and sustained stakeholders engagement. Harness a healthy and harmonious organization by empowering all its stakeholders, both internal and external, through open communication networks, consultative and participative undertakings, and team-building activities, recognizing that all stakeholders can greatly contribute towards the betterment of the university. Pillar 10, Sustainable Social Development Programs and Projects. Expand access to education, knowledge building, and information dissemination through sharing of expertise and resources for community development. Support inclusivity approach in education by embarking on Education on Wheels, which aims to bring access to education closer to communities, following the principle of no one will be left behind. As the University of the People, we should bring the university closer to their hearts to serve their needs and extend assistance in mainstreaming public service. Our institution must continue to stand as one for the values that we have inculcated. For the past 115 years, we have exemplified our quest for truth, excellence, equity, relevance, effectiveness, integrity, and academic freedom. Lastly, I call upon each and everyone to join me in this journey. Together we stand as one para sa sintang paaralan para sa ating bayan.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. a rainy afternoon indeed, but still we are very glad that our event still pushed through. So this afternoon, we still have two more lecturers for our Professorial Chairholder Lecture Series 2021. So to start our program, let me remind again our audience of the virtual conference guidelines. So anyway, our speaker for this afternoon, uh, thank you very much, Dr. Orense, for staying with us. I know it's a different time from New Zealand. So our speaker comes all the way from New Zealand. So anyway, here are the conference guidelines. So kindly mute your audio by clicking the button found at the bottom of the screen. And for the duration of the session, participants are encouraged to turn on their video and ask questions. Kindly use the chat box to address the questions or concerns, and also use the raise hand feature to raise your questions and clarifications during the open forum. During the program, please use the speaker view and keep your video on. And in case you get disconnected, kindly click the provided webinar link again. Also, the questions and clarifications will be entertained after the presentation. You may use the chat box for the facilitators to note them. Kindly state your name and institution and ask questions concisely. Comments that will be beneficial to others are most welcome. Kindly provide feedback and let us improve our online events to better understand your needs and preferences. And for our registered participants in the FB or Facebook Live, make sure that you have answered the survey feedback to ensure that you will receive an e-certificate after the event. And again, whenever disconnected in the Zoom meeting, kindly log in again using the link of the Zoom link, and also you may join us at our Facebook official, which is the PUP Alumni Official. So let us hear from our second presenter, Sir Jojo. Could you introduce our guest speaker?
Our guest second resource speaker for this I'm sorry. Our second resource speaker for this afternoon is an associate professor from University of Auckland, New Zealand. He earned his Doctor of Engineering at University of Tokyo, Japan in 1992. He took his Master of Science in Civil Engineering at the University of the Philippines, where he earned also his Bachelor in Civil Engineering cum laude. Our speaker was a recipient of the following awards here and abroad, such of which are the Global Achievement Award in Engineering Education, given by the UP Alumni Engineers, the Best Paper Award by Asia Pacific Symposium on Safety, the Technical Development Award given by the Japanese Geotechnical Society, the Best Poster Paper Award given by the 11th ANZ Conference on Geomechanics, the Geotechnical Report Award given by the Japanese Geotechnical Society, the Business Plan Award, which is again given by the Japanese Geotechnical Society, and the Best Research Paper Award in the Japanese Geotechnical Society. He was an organizer and co-chair of the International Conference on GIS and Geoinformation Zoning for Disaster Mitigation in Auckland, New Zealand. He was elected a member of the Management Committee of the New Zealand Geotechnical Society. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's give a round of a virtual applause to our guest speaker this afternoon, Dr. Rolando Orense.
Okay, thank you very much, Julius, for the introduction.
Welcome, sir.
Before I start, I would like to thank Dr. Manny Muhi for the invitation to deliver this professorial lecture. Also, I would like to thank Clarice, Engineer Floor, and Joseph of the lecture series secretariat for bearing with me, bearing with my requests and questions. I would also like to thank the PUP faculty, the staff, the students, researchers for attending this event, as well as other people, other researchers who are attending this current lecture series. I heard a while ago that it's raining there in Manila at the moment. It's also raining here in Oakland, so we're practically on the same page, so that should not be a problem. For today, well, it has been mentioned that actually I'm a geotechnical engineer. I've been working, teaching, researching, and doing consulting works on geotechnical engineering. So I thought I'll probably it would be best to discuss today, or at least share with you, one of the things that I've been quite passionate about. And this is about the Luzon, Philippines earthquake, specifically what happened in the Dagupan city. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I would like to talk about the soil liquefaction in the Dagupan city following the 1990 Luzon earthquake for three reasons. One, it's been sort of 5 days since we more or less commemorated the 1990 Luzon earthquake. It's the 31st year of anniversary of this particular earthquake. Second, this particular earthquake more or less jolted the engineering community in the Philippines because of its impact, not only to structures, but also in terms of land damage. Many of you may have not been born during that time. Many of you would probably be still young and would not have remembered reading about this or experiencing this Luzon earthquake. But then again, to me personally, this particular event changed, or at least more or less set the my academic career. I was supposed to be doing a PhD on a different topic, but because of the event, I focused my PhD research on the impact of soil liquefaction. And for the last 31 years, I've been researching and teaching this particular phenomenon. So for today, as I indicated here in my title, I would like to focus on what are the research progress that has been done on this particular topic following the 1990 Luzon earthquake, but I would like to focus more on my personal journey or from a personal perspective. However, before I start with the discussion, I thought I would like to introduce to you in a simplified manner what is liquefaction. Let me start first with what would happen if you have a dry sand and you try to put it in a box, and that particular box you sort of shake it, subject it to more or less similar to an earthquake shaking. And what will happen? What will happen is that if you are considering the salt particles, this particle here will try to move into that open space, which we call the void. This particle here will go in here, this particle here will go in here, and as a result, what will happen is that it will rearrange. The particles will rearrange themselves to form a denser packing from a loose state to a dense state. This is not liquefaction, it's simply densification. Now just let's try to imagine a case wherein this is fully saturated. When I say fully saturated, this is underwater. All these voids, all these spaces are occupied by water. What will happen if you try to shake it? Same thing will happen because the particles will not know that it is underwater. So this particle will still move, try to move into that space. This particle here will move to this space here, etc., etc. However, that particular space is occupied by water. So what will happen? This particle here cannot move into that space here. What will happen is that the water here, which we call pore water, will start carrying this particular particle. So from a hydrostatic pore water pressure, the pressure here will start increasing to take into account the load that is being transferred into it. We call that excess pore water pressure. So excess pore water pressure will start to build up. Now, if we try to imagine that this particular soil is fully saturated, that water cannot actually escape because the duration of shaking is much shorter compared to the time for the water to drain itself out. So we can assume, okay, water cannot escape, the system is in a fully undrained state. Okay, so if the system is undrained, pore water pressure will start increasing, and it is possible for the pore water to increase to a level equal to what it is, what the dry sand initially has been subjected to. And we know that the strength of sand is very much dependent on friction between the particles. And that frictional component is a function of what we call effective stress. In a sense, what I'm just trying to say is that once the excess pore water pressure increases, the effective stress will decrease to a point such that there will be no more contact between the grains. And if you don't have any contact between the grains, the shear strength of that material becomes zero. And when you have a material with practically zero shear strength, that is liquid. Liquid does not have any shear strength. So an initially solid material like the sand deposit can turn into a liquid as a result of the development of excess pore water pressure. What happens now is that the grains will be floating in water, and therefore anything that you put on top of it, like for example buildings, can sink. If you have an underground structure which is lighter, it can actually float, and as a result you can have large deformation. So we usually associate liquefaction with large deformation. Liquefaction is a process. So for example, what I'm just showing here is the development of excess pore water pressure with time. Initially, you have a loose condition. The pore water pressure here is basically hydrostatic. Once this particular deposit is shaken, particles will rearrange. Some of the loads will be transferred to the pore water, and pore water pressure will start to increase. And that's what we call excess pore water pressure. So there will be a buildup of pore water pressure like this one here until such time that it may reach the initial effective overburden stress. At this condition here, effective stress is equal to zero. Practically, the grains are floating in water. And because there's no shear strength, large deformation can happen. This large deformation, or this state of very high excess pore water pressure, can continue over a certain period of time. It can be minutes, it can be hours, for example, and during that time, large deformation can happen. Of course, this is excess pore water pressure, and therefore there will be a period by which it has to be dissipated, generally through the surface, and this will be associated with the settlement of the particles, and as a result of that, there will be some sort of a surface settlement, which I will be calling as post-liquefaction consolidation settlement, until such time that the excess pore water pressure will go back to hydrostatic. So this is what is happening during the process of an earthquake shaking. The excess pore water pressure will be high, the strength of the material will be low, and therefore deformation can happen. Let me go to the 1990 Luzon earthquake. It happened on the 16th of July, 1990. It has a magnitude of 7.8. It sort of resulted in the death of about 1,600 people, and about 3,000 people were also injured. And during that time, in the 1990s, it was estimated to have resulted into an economic loss of about 10 billion Philippine pesos. And when you talk about the Luzon earthquake, this particular failure of the Hyatt Terraces Baguio Hotel, pancaking of the Baguio Hotel, is the most predominant picture because lots of people were killed. This is in Baguio. However, in Dagupan, which is about 100 kilometers from the epicenter of the earthquake was here. Dagupan, even very far from the epicenter, suffered the most damage due to liquefaction of the loose saturated deposit. Now, why that happened? Prior to the 1900s, actually, Dagupan city is, or what was generally fish ponds and marshlands, which were reclaimed either naturally or by farmers, for example, and converted it to a human settlement. So we would expect that when you have this initially fish ponds, marshlands, former river channels, for example, reclaimed, then the material will be loose, the material will be saturated, and therefore there will be prone to liquefaction. And when we did the investigation following the event, we saw significant correlation between the location of the river channels. This is the Pantal River in the Dagupan. There were some pockets of old river channels like this one here, and the location of areas where liquefaction happened more or less coincided with the location of these old river channels, the abandoned meanders, and areas where the deposit is very soft. And as a result of that, many buildings underwent significant damage in terms of serviceability, in terms of functionality, because of settlement of buildings. So there was a building along I think that is Perez Avenue, where a building like this underwent differential settlement. Buildings settling by as much as about 1-2 meters or so, or even tilting of buildings like this. Lateral spreading, or the lateral movement of liquefied soil towards the river, was also significant. So this is Pantal River, and many buildings or even residential houses were damaged because the ground tried to move to the river once it has liquefied. And one important building there, this Asia Career building, actually underwent severe damage as a result of the lateral spreading of the ground towards the river. The Magsaysay Bridge collapsed as a result of liquefaction. So this is the Magsaysay Bridge following the event. And you can see that, well, this has been associated with the collapse of the pier, due to the fact that the underlying deposit liquefied. Underground structures like oil tanks, pipelines were also uplifted as a result of the loss in bearing capacity. Roads were also significantly damaged. So there were cases wherein these were flooded by the ejected sand and ejected water. There were cases wherein cracks were formed on many, call it highway embankments, and also cases of sandballs. Sandballs as large as about 3 to 5 meters in diameter were observed. Sandballs which ejected sand up to about 2 meters or so were also noted. In fact, actually, this was me in the 1990 with more hair and less weight. But that, as I said, defined my career, study of soil liquefaction. Main observations from the Dagupan city, well, generally what we noted there is that the occurrence or non-occurrence of liquefaction-induced damage was affected by the location of the area with respect to the abandoned meanders and to the active channels, and actually the thickness of the surface unliquefied layer, which is dependent on the presence of the shallow unliquefiable materials and also by the depth of the groundwater. But one thing that I can say about the impact of the liquefaction in the Dagupan city is that it provided a lot of database, a lot of information associated with the performance of buildings in liquefied and unliquefied sites. And as I will show you later on, this database was used in investigating the building performance following liquefaction events. When you talk about liquefaction, there are many ways of investigating the mechanism. Generally, we look at case histories, for example, looking at what is the impact of liquefaction following a large earthquake event, trying to figure out what happened and what did not happen as a result of the earthquake shaking. More often than not, we make use of laboratory testing using what I'm calling an element testing, trying to sort of investigate in the laboratory how a soil will behave when subjected to some controlled cyclic loading. We also perform model testing to understand the behavior of structures, for example, how pile foundations, how footings, how pipelines would behave when subjected to this type of event. And of course, we can perform numerical analysis to predict how the soil structure, how embankments, how dams, for example, will behave when subjected to earthquake shaking, and how this large deformation of the liquefied ground will affect the structure. I'll try to more or less pick some case studies or some research works that we've done related to each of these four components. Let me first talk about case histories. I've been involved in a lot of case histories or post-earthquake investigations following the major earthquakes. Of course, starting with the Luzon earthquake and until the last Kaikoura earthquake in New Zealand. But I would just like to focus on 5 earthquakes, which more or less highlighted to me the impact of soil liquefaction to the built environment. I would like to start with the Kobe earthquake. Kobe earthquake actually happened in 1995, and this is a snapshot taken by Professor Tohata, where you can see all these brown figures here are the ejected materials or the sand balls. There were some fires which were ignited as a result of the ground shaking, but the most impact of liquefaction to the coastal area is the widespread liquefaction in the waterfront and in some reclaimed or man-made islands. Say, for example, the photos here on the right are those that I have taken following the Kobe earthquake in Port Island and in Rocco Island. And you can just simply imagine that the whole islands, these 2 islands, were devastated quite significantly with large cracks, large settlements, and it was non-operational for quite some time. You've heard probably about the 2010-2011 Christchurch earthquakes. This is actually a series of earthquakes which started in October of 2010. We had a major event in September, and then another one in February of 2011, in June of 2011, in December of 2011, and the most recent one was, I think, in 2016 of February. So the impact of liquefaction in Christchurch, which is about roughly about 800 kilometers away from Auckland. So it was, we were far from it, but still near enough to investigate it, is the widespread liquefaction in urban areas, as indicated by the photos here. And the fact that many sites underwent liquefaction several times. So this gave us an opportunity to look at the impact of repeated liquefaction on soil deposits. The 2011 East Japan earthquake, or most commonly called the Tohoku earthquake, probably the best photos or impact of that will be the tsunami that was generated by the magnitude 9 event. But what is really unknown to many people is the fact that liquefaction was mobilized or initiated in areas far from the epicenter. Maybe liquefaction was induced in areas adjacent to the epicenter, but they were more or less destroyed or covered by the resulting tsunami. For example, Tokyo, which is hundreds of kilometers away from the epicenter, was subjected to large amount of shaking. In fact, I was told about 3 minutes of shaking, and that shaking induced a lot of liquefaction. The photo here, for example, is the entrance to Tokyo Disneyland. And you can quite clearly see here the ejected materials, ejected sands as a result of the liquefaction. As a result of that, many residential houses were destroyed. Many underground manholes popped up as a result as a result of the loss in bearing capacity of the ground. One thing that was sort of good, not really good, but at least it provided us better insight, is the performance of ground improvement techniques. Many areas in Tokyo, at least in the waterfront, have buildings supported on piles and also supported by, or at least that the ground was improved by various techniques. For example, this site here has the building supported by piles. So when the adjacent ground liquefied, you can see the differential settlement between the original ground and the natural ground. There are areas which were improved by what we call deep mixing method. So in areas which were improved, no damage was reported, but in the unimproved area, settlement was observed. Similarly, in areas where sand compaction piles were implemented, no damage was noted. However, in the unimproved zone, damage or at least settlements were observed. The recent Kaikoura earthquake in Wellington actually induced liquefaction in the port of Wellington, which we call here the center port. The thing with the center port is it's a reclaimed area. However, it is reclaimed with mostly gravelly material. Before this event, we thought that gravelly materials would not liquefy. However, as you can see from the photos here, gravelly sites or sandy gravels or gravelly sands can actually liquefy as a result of liquefaction. Based on these case studies, we can actually identify which soils are susceptible to liquefaction. One, soils that are loosely deposited. Of course, when you have soils which are very loose, when subjected to shaking, they have a greater tendency to densify. And if they are underwater or fully saturated, and if this is under what I'm calling undrained condition, then they can develop high excess pore water pressure and turn into liquid. Of course, you need water for soil liquefaction to happen. Generally, saturated soils, those below the water table, would liquefy because you need pore water to develop this high excess pore water pressure as the soil tries to densify. More often than not, cohesionless soils, sands, gravels, coarse silts would be susceptible to liquefaction because they do not have cohesion or cementation. We know that the shear strength of soil is dependent on the cohesion and the angle of internal friction or the frictional component. And if you have cohesionless material with a loss in effective strength, you will immediately get a zero shear resistance, turning solid into liquid. Uniformly graded soils, like those that we find in fluvial deposits, in alluvial deposits, are prone to liquefaction because these poorly graded soils have higher volume change potential. Their tendency to change volume is much more significant compared to well-graded soil. So the tendency to build up pore water pressure is higher. And finally, soils that have liquefied before. For example, as we have seen in the Canterbury earthquake sequence, once liquefaction was triggered, it was easy to make it liquefy in subsequent events. Because during that time, all the cementation, all the cohesion has been changed, all the stress history, all the fabric, all the soil structure would have changed. So historical evidence of liquefaction is actually a good indicator of susceptibility. Let me just try to sort of talk a little bit about procedures in identifying or assessing liquefaction potential. In the simplest case, let me talk about the simplest approach that is available out there. We more or less compare the earthquake load to the liquefaction resistance of the soil. Generally, we transform the earthquake loading, which is an irregular loading, into an equivalent number of cycles with uniform amplitude. And we usually call that the cyclic stress ratio, or simply the CSR. On the other hand, we try to characterize the liquefaction resistance of the soil by identifying the strength of the soil that will trigger liquefaction. We call that the cyclic resistance ratio. In the simplest term, we simply look at the ratio between resistance and the applied load. So that the factor of safety against liquefaction is the ratio between liquefaction resistance and the earthquake load. So that if the resistance is much higher than the CSR, then liquefaction will not happen. However, if CRR is less than the applied loading, then liquefaction will happen. That indicates a factor of safety less than 1. We usually estimate the liquefaction resistance of the soil either via a field-based approach or via a lab-based approach. In the field-based approach, we look at a certain field parameter, for example, SPTN value, CPT tip resistance, or shear wave velocity, and identify based on manifestation on the surface, for example, whether the site has liquefied or no liquefaction. And then we try to draw a line separating the boundary between liquefaction and no liquefaction. So this boundary defines the liquefaction resistance of the soil. Meaning to say, if I know what the field parameter is, for example, I know what the SPTN value would be, say, for example, this point here, I go up here, and then this point here will be my liquefaction resistance, which I can compare with the CSR, or the applied or induced stress by the applied earthquake loading. In a laboratory-based approach, I'll try to talk in a simplistic manner later on. We try to test a specimen and subject it to some cyclic loading and define a liquefaction resistance curve, and then define a certain number of cycles, generally in the order of about 15, 20, for example, to represent a magnitude 7.5 event, and take that as the CRR of the soil. So once the CRR, or the liquefaction resistance, is defined, we can compare it with the CSR, or the cyclic shear stress ratio induced by the earthquake loading, and identify whether that particular layer will liquefy or not. The concept of factor of safety reflects only the performance at a particular point within a particular site. However, within a given site, different layers, different locations will have different factors of safety. So how do we more or less characterize the effect of liquefaction at that particular site? At the moment, we have different parameters to evaluate the effect of soil liquefaction. Again, I won't go much into the details of this one here. Let me just say that we have parameters at the moment, like liquefaction severity number, which can identify to us whether, okay, at this particular site, we would expect minor impact of liquefaction, we'll have some moderate to severe impact of liquefaction, or severe damage, depending on what this LSM value would give us. The same way, we have a concept called liquefaction potential index. I won't go much into the details of this whole equation here. It looks so intimidating, but let me just say that, well, we can come up with a number where if the LPI is greater than 15, we would expect it to have severe damage, while if the LPI is less than 5, then the effect of liquefaction will be minor. What I'm just trying to say here is that we now have concepts by which we can assess impact of a future event, future earthquake event, which will induce liquefaction. So we can identify those sites with high LPI or high LSN, for example, and make use of it to make further analysis on the impact of liquefaction to buildings, to bridges, to roads, etc., etc. So in terms of the main observations from these case histories, let me say that, well, we have observed extensive and severe liquefaction on sites which consist of pine sands and sites with sands with non-plastic pines. Generally, there are no big surprises in performance of land and structures, but the case studies highlighted to us many important details. For example, what is the effect of pines? What's the importance of this surface crust in terms of preventing liquefaction? What's the role of artesian pressure in inducing liquefaction? We also have now a general idea of what is the effect of shallow liquefaction on shallow foundations or footings. We have a general idea of what is the mechanism of liquefaction-induced lateral spreading on bridges, for example. We have also a good correlation now with what is happening with a ground deformed by liquefaction, with damage to pipelines, with damage to underground structures. We have clearer guidelines now for liquefaction triggering, and we have a clear understanding of the performance of improved grounds. What worked well and what did not work, even if the ground has been improved. Next, let me talk about laboratory element testing, because this is what I've been doing for the last several decades, if you like. So what we do in laboratory testing is try to mimic what a particular element of soil is undergoing when you subject to earthquake shaking. Let's consider this as our ground. We take a small element here. The element is subjected to stresses. And then we have the earthquake, say, coming from the bottom, vertically propagating and reaching our site. So this element here is subjected to cyclic stresses. We try to simulate that response in the laboratory using, for example, a triaxial equipment. In a triaxial testing, we have a cylindrical specimen. We try to mimic what the stresses it is subjected to in the field, as indicated here. And we try to mimic the application of the loading or cyclic loading by applying cyclic loading in this direction here. I won't go much into the details why a vertical loading is simulating a horizontal loading in the real ground. But what is happening is we're applying a sinusoidal motion like this one here, constant amplitude of this deviatoric stress. And what we're trying to measure is how the axial strain within the specimen is developing with the number of cycles. So we try to look at what axial strain and what the pore water pressure is within the deposit. The general response of sandy soil is that during the initial phase of loading, the excess pore water pressure will start to increase. Generally, the axial strain will be small, but when the excess pore water pressure is high, we would expect that the strain or the deformation to start building up until such time that we will get high strain level and also very high pore water pressure. Now, liquefaction is defined generally in two cases based on the amount of deformation that is happening and also the magnitude of the excess pore water pressure that is being generated. Typically, we look at, say, 5% double amplitude axial strain as an indication of liquefaction, or a 100% pore water pressure development as an indication of liquefaction. And to be able to come up with the liquefaction resistance curve, we perform a test on a material like this one here, subjected to a certain amplitude of loading. And let's say, for example, we obtain liquefaction at this point here. In terms of the definition of liquefaction, we try to plot what is the level of that shear stress normalized by the confining pressure with respect to the number of cycles. So, for example, for this point here, that is the stress level, and we count the number of cycles required for it to liquefy. In this case, 1, 2, 3, so there will be 3 cycles. So that is the point corresponding to the liquefaction of this deposit here. We do this thing here again in another specimen, this time with a different amplitude of loading. And then there will be, it will liquefy after a certain number of cycles, say, for example, at this point here. And then we do it again at another specimen with a different amplitude of loading. And here we will probably be getting another point here, much lower shear stress, but more number of cycles. All these points indicate liquefaction. So we say, okay, that is the locus of points by which liquefaction can happen on this particular deposit. So this indicates the liquefaction resistance of the material. And you would expect that a material would liquefy under a smaller number of cycles if the applied loading is high, or it will liquefy under larger number of cycles when the applied loading is small. All of this is liquefaction. Below that line, you don't have any liquefaction. Above that line, we don't really care because it has already liquefied. And for practical purposes, in US, in Japan, in Europe, for example, we make use of 15 to 20 cycles as a representative number of cycles for a magnitude 7.5 earthquake event. And therefore, that is usually denoted as the liquefaction resistance of the soil, the CRR. In terms of laboratory testing, I have investigated many aspects. One is the role of the fines in the performance of materials. In most design codes, we classify soil as either sand or clay. And based on that, we have a set of equations to represent the behavior. For example, for sandy soil, generally we look at the effect of density, relative density. While when you talk about clays, we talk about the consistency limits, the Atterberg limits, plasticity index in coming up with design parameters for clays. However, in real life, it is actually a mixture of all. There will be some clay, sands, there will be some silts, etc., etc. And what we call this sort of general composition is that this mixture is an intermediate soil. So we are actually concerned with what is happening here at this region here, where the fines content is generally, say, between 20 to 40%. Because if it's less than a certain value, then probably the sand component will control the matrix. When the fines content is high, the clay components will be much more effective. We have looked at the impact of the normal granular void ratio, for example. We know that the deposit consists of fines and sand, and we usually make use of void ratio. If you will try to remember your introductory geotechnical engineering, this is the definition of void ratio. But we have tried revising that to more or less take into account the fact that fines do not play a role in some of the concepts, and we can actually express the void ratio in terms of a granular void ratio, and treating this whole thing here, the void and the fines, as your void, and just focusing on that ratio of this void with respect to the sand component. And we have played a lot with the role of the fines in the whole process, and we have noted that, well, I won't go much into the details here, but there's no unique relation between the liquefaction resistance and the void ratio of the soil. However, when we try to look at or express everything in terms of granular void ratio, then we can actually come up with very good trends in terms of the effect of fines content on the liquefaction resistance of the deposit. Another thing that I've been working on is the behavior of crushable sands. Pumice sands, these are volcanic sands. They are very crushable because they're very porous. We have done a lot of sampling and laboratory testing on these types of materials. And we noted that the behavior of these crushable materials are very different from that of hard grain materials. As I mentioned a while ago, typically hard grain materials will have negligible deformation at the start of the cyclic loading, but when the excess pore water pressure is high, then that's the time that you have a development of deformation. Crushable materials, because of the fact that they are crushable, starts deforming at the start of the cyclic loading, and the pattern becomes different. And that's what we've been trying to highlight in most of our studies. The particle crushing and the fact that the interlocking at near the end of the cyclic loading provide a better system for the crushable materials to perform under earthquake loading. And because of that, most of the pumice-rich deposits that we've investigated seem to indicate higher liquefaction resistance than normal hard-grained sand. We have proposed some methods. I won't discuss this in details, but we have proposed some methods on how to look at or evaluate the liquefaction resistance of pumice-rich deposits using field-based techniques. I would like to more or less look at what is the impact of this in terms of Philippine setting. In 1991, Mount Pinatubo erupted, and it sort of covered vast majority of areas by lahar. And our investigation seemed to indicate that lahar is a very crushable material, similar to the pumice materials I'm investigating right now. Such that if you have deposits which were more or less covered by lahar, no densification, no ground improvement performed, then how do you evaluate the liquefaction susceptibility of this deposit? You may not be able to make use of the simplified approaches currently available in the literature. So just sort of a caution when you start making use of current codes, current practice when performing liquefaction potential evaluation in lahar covered areas adjacent to Mount Pinatubo. Generally, observations from laboratory testing, they have provided us with very good insights on the behavior of soil under cyclic loading. We found out that there's a threshold fines content by generally sand would dominate the sand matrix or the soil matrix, and beyond that, we have the fines dominating the soil matrix. Volcanic sands like crushable pumice sands and possibly our lahar deposits in Mount Pinatubo generally behave differently when compared with normal hard grain sand. So caution needs to be applied. Model testing. We have performed a lot of model testing to look at the behavior of liquefied sand and how it is actually, what's a mechanism inducing lateral spreading in a liquefied deposit. So for example, we have done a 1G small scale shaking table test where the embankment actually pushed the liquefied ground like this one here. We have made cases wherein, or model tests wherein we come up with very loose material and just introduce impact at the site to simulate earthquake shaking, and noted that the liquefied material became flat. And by putting all this colored sand here, we were able to have an idea of what is the pattern, the deformation pattern, which we can actually adopt when we are designing or analyzing the performance of underground structures. Say, for example, I have pile foundation here, I have pipelines on this direction. What would be the amount of lateral spreading that I have to incorporate in my design? We have done a lot of investigations using this 1G small scale testing. This is just about 1 meter. The box is about 1 meter in length, about 40 centimeter in height, and we have more or less performed more than 20 tests looking at the deformation if you have a purely liquefied sand, and if you have a dry field separating the two, for example, if you have a sloping ground, and so on and so forth. But problem with the small scale shaking like this one here is that the drainage path is quite low, and also the properties or the behavior of soil is very much dependent on the confining pressure. So we say that, well, that the stiffness, the strength is very much dependent on the applied confining pressure. So this cannot really replicate what is happening in real world, where you have confining pressure as high as about 5 meters, 10 meters, for example. So we have played with or make use of large-scale model testing. This was in the NIED in Tsukuba in Japan. I was involved in the design of this laminar box. This has an inner dimension of about 11.6 meter. It's about 3.1 meter wide and about 6 meter high. And just for scale purposes, this is the scale. So this is one of the guys setting up our test. And within this laminar box, we put a lot of materials. We have put, for example, pile foundations like this one here, and look at the performance of pile supported structure. We have also tried looking at the performance of isolated footings when the whole thing is shaken and the whole thing liquefies. What is the impact of that to the pile foundations? So you can see here that the piles are actually of real size. And for the purpose of measuring, for example, the magnitude of lateral deformation, we have these transducers set up to pick up the magnitude of the deformation. And from that, we can actually calculate the spring constants. So these are just some of the things that came out of those tests that we have done. And those spring constants were used actually in many design codes in Japan. For example, the high pressure gas facilities code identified that the spring constant can be reduced by about 500 times of its initial value. Code for railway facilities have adopted a 1,000 reduction in the initial spring constant to come up with the appropriate value for the design. And what is that used for? We generally use that spring constant when we perform a simplified pseudostatic analysis of pile foundations. Say, for example, if you have a pile foundation like this, and this shaded region here has liquefied, then what we do in terms of analysis is to try to apply this lateral loading on this spring here. And the amount of spring constant or stiffness of spring that we put in here is very much dependent on whether this layer here will liquefy and how much it should be reduced in order to analyze the performance of this pile foundation. Since we cannot wait for real earthquakes to happen, there were cases where we tried to induce liquefaction on site by inducing it through the use of explosives. In November of 2001, in Tokachi Port, in one of the areas reclaimed, they put there a lot of explosives, dynamites, and tried to induce liquefaction. And at the same time, they put in here a lot of facilities, instrumented single piles, instrumented group piles, underground structures, etc. When they induced when the explosives or the dynamites exploded, it induced liquefaction, and they tried looking at the performance of all those structures when liquefaction happened, and also performance of these retaining walls, the caisson walls, for example, where it induced significant lateral spreading. Main observations from the model test, well, because of the fact that shaking table test cannot simulate the details of liquefaction event because of the limited depth and because of the confining pressure dependency of the behavior, large-scale model tests have provided us with better simulation of liquefaction mechanism. It also provided us better insights on how liquefied ground and the adjacent structures behave. And we sort of make use of that in terms of, okay, how do buildings perform? So in buildings, for example, we can look at settlement two ways. One is if it's pre-filled, level ground, no buildings, no whatsoever. What happens is that before liquefaction, you have this condition here. After liquefaction, I mentioned in my earlier slides that there will be some rearrangement of the particles, settlement of the particles, removal of this excess pore water pressure, resulting in post-liquefaction settlement. So this is associated with what we call volumetric strain changes. However, when you talk about buildings this time, it is much more complicated because aside from this happening, you have this additional load from the building, call it a deviatoric stress. So the building is actually, when subjected to shaking, will try to twist and punch into this liquefied ground. And therefore, when you talk about total settlement, it's not just the same as this post-liquefaction settlement in the pre-field, but also what is the impact of that deviatoric stress associated with the inertia forces from the building. There are also cases wherein sand can be ejected from below the building, and that can lead to volumetric changes. Some spaces can occur here that can contribute to the settlement of the building itself. And unfortunately, at the moment, we do not have a widely accepted method to evaluate the post-liquefaction settlement, so we turn to numerical analysis for that purpose. Differential settlements, well, is much more important actually. As I have shown in what happened in the Gupan, there were cases where in differential settlement has happened like this one here. This will affect the serviceability of the building. If the building settled uniformly, as in many instances, they can be reused. It can be treated as a basement, or if the settlement is small, then you can provide some steps to access that particular ground floor. However, it is the differential settlement which is more important. Just to illustrate the importance of this pre-field versus the building settlement, this is a picture taken following the 2011 Tohoku earthquake. This building here is supported by piles. So we would expect that this differential settlement here between the building and the natural ground is your free field settlement. However, this building here is not supported by pile foundation. So this building also sunk. And you can quite clearly see here the difference between the total building settlement and the pre-field settlement. The building settlement is much more significant. Following for example, the Gupan earthquake or the Luzon earthquake, where a lot of information has been obtained from the Gupan city, a lot of guidelines have been provided to be able to estimate, okay, what will be the foundation settlement? And it was noted that the foundation settlement is a function of the building width and the thickness of the liquefiable deposit, but it more or less falls within this particular range. Numerical analysis has been performed to highlight this particular event. I won't go much into the details of the procedure for numerical analysis, but we have performed hundreds of numerical analysis to look at the behavior of isolated buildings, for example, like this one here, subjected to some earthquake loading with some liquefaction occurring underground, and see how the building would respond. And going back to the chart that I have mentioned a while ago, looking at this foundation settlement, which is normalized by the thickness of the liquefiable layer, versus the normalized building width, or normalized by the thickness of the liquefiable layer. So this was the original region or zone that I have mentioned a while ago. Our data seem to indicate that we need to increase this further, with some of our data being populated here. These green lines, these brown or red squares are actually based on our numerical analysis, indicating that the current technique of making use of this zone here for design purposes would not be appropriate. So we also try to look at the effect of what if the building is not isolated, but you have an adjacent building, which is the current or the real scenario. We do not really have isolated buildings. In Japan, for example, buildings or residential houses are more closely packed. And therefore, what would be the effect of this adjacent building on the performance of the central building, for example? We have played with different parameters. We noted that increasing the spacing, of course, will increase the vertical displacement. Increasing the spacing would increase the rotational deformation of the building. Increasing the spacing will reduce the excess pore water pressure underneath the central building. Those are some of the things that we have noted. These are just some of the, These are just some of the animations that I would like just to illustrate to you. The red one here indicates very high excess pore water pressure, indicating significant liquefaction. Blue one, no liquefaction. So if you have an isolated building, what would happen is that, well, pore water pressure will develop on the pre-field. You have very red zone here, but underneath the building, you don't really have much pore water pressure developing. The building will settle, but this zone here would not significantly undergo liquefaction. If you have buildings separated by significant amount of space, then again, what would happen is similarly, it will behave like an isolated building. You will have liquefaction occurring on the sides, but not much occurring underneath the building. There may be some heaving here in the middle, but again, the amount of settlement will be more or less similar to an isolated building. However, if you have a closely spaced building, then it will be a different matter. This other building will actually prevent the development of pore water pressure here on this other building, and also prevent the liquefied material from moving away underneath the building itself. So there's a different response when you have a closely spaced building. So we can come up with a lot of observations regarding performance of isolated buildings and adjacent buildings. Bottom line is that this numerical analysis will provide us better insights on what will happen. Finally, I'd like to talk about liquefaction remediation. In the current practice, we have a lot of techniques currently available: densification method, solidification method. These are the more common methods, but these conventional techniques are generally not applicable in addressing problems if you have a large-scale residential area, subdivision, for example, because of the impact to other houses, other structures. Also, there are some cases here, for example, solidification method using chemicals, for example, that may have negative environmental impact. We have been looking at the current needs. So we have been looking at, for example, low-cost methods, and more importantly, environmentally friendly methods, which are energy efficient, low-carbon economy. So we have more or less looked in terms of modifying the conventional methods, make use of these new materials for liquefaction mitigation, recyclable materials, nanomaterials, biomaterials, and incorporate the concept of sustainability. Let me just talk about the use of these recyclable materials in liquefaction analysis or liquefaction mitigation. Scrap tires have been very common theme when you talk about recyclable materials. Scrap tires, waste tires can actually be chopped and be granulated like this size here. It can be formed into tire chips like this one here, or tire shreds, and they can be mixed with sand as a backfill or even as a liquefaction remediation. And we actually look at the behavior of sand tire chip mixture. Is the incorporation of tire chips, would it increase the liquefaction resistance of soil or not? And there seems to be some sort of a threshold value by which the amount of tar chip will start contributing to the liquefaction resistance of your soil. Coal ash from power plants, there are also waste. What we have done when I was still in Japan is to mix this with cement and come up with a granulated coal ash. So granulated coal ash has been used more recently as a road pavement or even as reclaim for reclamation purposes. And we noted, based on the laboratory test that we have done, is that granulated coal ash has a much higher liquefaction resistance than normal sand. Biochar, this is actually a recycled material, burning, for example, waste products like wood, for example, poultry litters, for example, through a process called pyrolysis. So this is like charcoal, if you like. And we thought of playing with this material and adding it to sand. And we noted again that the presence of biochar can actually increase the liquefaction resistance of the host sand. Finally, nanomaterials, nanoparticles like laponite, for example, can actually be used. The good thing with laponite is that it is very small, 1 order of magnitude smaller than the typical bentonite. The thing is that once it is mixed with water, it forms a gel, it becomes more viscous, and with time, it actually hardens. So there's a possibility that if you put it into the ground, with time, it will actually harden, and then it will increase the liquefaction resistance of your material because of cementation effect. Also, because of the thixotropic nature of the material, if the sand has already liquefied before, and then it can actually recover its strength after some time because of its healing property. And we have noted that in many of our laboratory testing. So the main observations from the test that I have made so far, we have looked at these new materials, recycled scrap tires, coal plant byproducts, nanoparticles, for example, to see whether they will work as a good alternative for liquefaction mitigation. But the thing is that we are actually moving away from traditional geotechnical engineering-based approaches to multidisciplinary one, because we need to now incorporate environmental impact, for example, the role of the stakeholders, the role of the clients. So this becomes an interdisciplinary field in soil liquefaction engineering, and I think this is the current way to go. Finally, to conclude my lecture for today, let me just mention that soil liquefaction engineering has progressed by leaps and bounds since the 1990s. From the results of laboratory tests, model tests, we have better insights, better understanding of the behavior of soil during earthquake-induced liquefaction. Georemediation techniques have been developed. They are generally non-disruptive, economical, and we're more or less focusing now on this environmentally friendly nature of the technique. And there's a shift from the traditional geoengineering-based approach to a multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary approach to address the issue of this environmental friendliness. Finally, let me just say that, well, the future focus of studies in soil liquefaction engineering would probably go to micro and macro system response. So for example, what is the system response of the deposits as a whole? If you have a mixture of liquefiable, non-liquefiable, alternating layers in the deposit, what is the performance of soil foundation structure, building soil foundation, for example? What is the performance of pipelines? What is the performance of transportation networks when you talk about liquefaction? And probably we'll be going towards real-time monitoring and real-time response when you talk about soil liquefaction. Just to end, these are the references that I made use for this particular series of slides. And thank you very much for your kind attention, and I welcome any question. However, if you have question later on, please feel free to email me at this particular email address. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Dr. Orense, for that very insightful discussion about soil liquefaction. So to start with the Q&A, I would like to ask, because you mentioned that it's also raining there in New Zealand. Um, in terms of topography, kasi po dito sa Philippines is also raining, and after an hour na continuous raining, definitely you expect flooded areas. So what about in New Zealand po?
Well, probably like the Philippines, it has a varied topography. There are areas which are flat and prone to flooding. In fact, we just have flooding in South Island at the moment, and there are families evacuated as a result of flooding. North Island is, well, at least Auckland, for example, has a rugged topography. We have a lot of volcanoes here, so flooding is not really a problem. Most of problems in Auckland, or at least in North Island, is associated with volcanoes. Again, it varies from place to place, but similar to the Philippines, we are experiencing the same geo disasters or geo hazards, if you like, typhoons, rainfalls, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, things like that. Yeah.
Okay, sir. So, what about for the weather? Do you have also wet season and then the rainy or the summer?
Yes. In fact, I think probably the worst thing in New Zealand is that the rainy season coincides with our winter months. This time of the year is rainy and cold. and that's why it's one of those seasons which I personally do not like. Summer is usually in November to say February. So time to go to the beach. Most of the time our Santa Clauses spend their days in the beach wearing hat and just pants. So it's very different. Christmas here is very different from the Northern Hemisphere.
Okay, sir. How long have you been staying in New Zealand, sir, by the way?
I moved here in 2007, so I'm on my 14th year already.
14th year already.
And I've been away from the Philippines since 1989, so I'm I'm a little bit skeptical. I do not know much about the Philippines.
Okay,
I've spent most of my time outside outside the Philippines.
From which province are you, sir?
Again?
From which province are you from?
My parents were from Nueva Ecija, but I grew up in Manila. My father was a soldier, so I lived in Fort Bonifacio most of my time. Yeah.
So anyway, let me give the floor to my partner, Engineer Julius Cancino, for the questions of our audience. Sir Julius.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Ma'am Volteo. Doc Orense, I have a question for you from Sir Manny Bongulto. The question is, the website called Hazard Hunter identifies area in the Philippines, the entire Philippines, where possible hazards like liquefactions and other hazards may probably occur. Would this data be sufficient in assuming in its occurrence in a particular site in lieu of technical investigation to save costs?
Firstly, I'm not familiar with that particular website, but in any liquefaction hazard mapping, what we usually do is it's a region scale. So we have large areas where we can say, okay, these areas are prone to liquefaction, areas are not prone to liquefaction. However, we know that liquefaction is site specific. It can be within a certain region, there may be possibility that the profile, the deposit may be different. And therefore, it will be very difficult to just say, okay, I'll make use of this liquefaction hazard map for my design. What I would like to promote is that let's make use of those liquefaction hazard map as our first phase of investigation. And then if the area is in a liquefaction prone area, then let's do some more investigation. So you have to make use of this hazard map as an initial screening tool, if you like, to sort of see whether the site is of high risk to liquefaction, but we still need to perform additional testing, especially field testing, SPT, CPT, for example, to clarify whether that particular site will indeed liquefy. Let me also clarify that it is also very much dependent on the importance of the structure. If you're looking at commercial buildings, probably yes, we needed those in situ testing techniques. Residential houses, then it's just a sort of a call from your client, the homeowner, because they have to spend some more money to do the testing. In New Zealand, for example, following the Christchurch series of events, we have identified, similar to what probably was in the hazard hunter map, areas which are prone to liquefaction, and we say, okay, within this, what we're calling a blue zone, we have to perform more in situ investigation when building residential houses. But in areas we call yellow zone or white zone, where future liquefaction is not problematic, we can go and make use of our traditional foundations. I would suggest similar thing in the Philippines.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Doc. Another question from Sir Alexander Carascay. Can you comment about the risk and susceptibility to liquefaction of reclaimed areas in Manila Bay, particularly in the area of Pasay and Parañaque? What advice can you give the LGU officials of towns and cities nearby the Manila Bay that plan to pursue more reclamation activities in that area?
Again, I'm not really familiar with the type of deposit that you have in Manila Bay. What I know is that some colleagues from University of the Philippines, Dr. Alexis Acacio, Mark Sarko, for example, they've been looking and even mapping liquefaction-prone areas in or adjacent to Manila Bay. I've also talked a little bit with Dr. Salvador Reyes on some sites which may be prone to liquefaction, at least within that area. However, as I said, I am not in a position to comment on which areas are okay and whether the studies done are believable or not, because I do not have any idea at all.
Okay, thank you, Doc. Another question from Manny Bongulto. Is it automatic for buildings to be constructed on sites susceptible to liquefaction, be supported on piles, or site be confined with using steel sheet piles?
Yeah, I have one slides where we have different ways of addressing or remediating liquefaction issues. What you are saying is just one, or at least two of the methods, using piles, for example, using sheet piles to more or less enclose the building in question. Problem with the use of piles is if, for example, you have a thick liquefiable deposit. In Christchurch, for example, we have liquefiable deposits up to a depth of about 50 meters or so. So if you have a 4-story, 3-story commercial building, would you like to support that with 50-meter long steel piles? Probably not. And maybe a better alternative will be, especially for light structures like residential houses, would it work if we just improve the ground? Okay, and we've been testing a lot of these ground improvement techniques in Christchurch, and it would appear that densification of the upper 3 to 5 meters would be sufficient for a normal residential building. So an advice would be, let's not go and jump to the use of piles immediately. Let's try to use or at least investigate the use of more economical alternatives. There are more economical alternatives out there to address the project performance requirement in terms of settlement of that particular structure or lateral movement of that structure.
Another question, sir, from me personally. How can we adopt artificial intelligence in geotechnical engineering?
Yes, I've been listening to the previous speaker, and indeed AI has been used in many situations, and we're actually looking at the use of AI in terms of liquefaction engineering based on the analysis of big data. Big data in the sense that, okay, for example, in New Zealand, we have a geotechnical database where we have all those informations based on CPT, SPT, shear wave velocity, all these tests are put in terms of a database. Can we make use of AI, for example, or even the simple artificial neural network, for example, to come up with scheme, algorithm to tell us, okay, these areas will liquefy when a certain design earthquake will happen. So indeed, I think I should have added that into my future focus, the use of AI in not only in soil liquefaction engineering, but in the whole geotechnical engineering scheme of things, because that will be, I think, it will play a very big role in the future.
Okay, thank you, sir. So another question is, does climate change have a direct effect on the conduction of tests for liquefaction?
Climate change effect on occurrence of liquefaction?
Yeah.
Yes, I would say yes, because of the fact that with the climate change, we would expect, for example, sea level rise, and with changes in our groundwater level, so meaning to say the water level can go up, and that would saturate a lot of areas. There may be areas, I'm not sure, probably near Manila, where maybe you will have areas underwater. And once you have areas underwater, and as I mentioned in one of the slides, if they have loose materials, then they will be prone to liquefaction. So indeed, climate change and liquefaction, they will probably go hand in hand.
Thank you, Doc. So, ma'am, go tayo.
Okay, so that concludes our Q&A. Thank you very much, Dr. Orense, for um, enlightening us with the questions raised by our audience. So, to continue with our program, let's proceed to the awarding of certificate. So, may I call on the Dean of the College or Institute of Technology, and also our faculty regent, Engineer Ramir M. Cruz.
Okay. Afternoon. Good afternoon po. Thank you, Dr. Orense, for that insightful discussion on soil liquefaction. Indeed, it's very timely. So let me read the citations. Okay. Polytechnic University of the Philippines. The certificate of recognition is given to Dr. Pablo to Dr. Rolando Orense, in grateful acknowledgement of his distinguished and invaluable service rendered as guest of honor and speaker in the Science, Engineering, and Technology Professional Chairholder Lecture Series, or the SET PCLS 2021. The title of his presentation is Progress in Soil Liquefaction Engineering Research Since the 1990 Luzon Earthquake, a Personal Journey. Given this 21st day of July 2021 at the PUP Main Campus, Santa Mesa, Manila, Philippines, signed by the University President, Dr. Manuel M. Muhi. Maraming salamat po, Dr. Orense. Mabuhay po.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Orense, and Sir Ramir and the rest of the audience. May I request to open up your camera for the photo opportunity.
Hello?
So technical team.
So, hello po. Sa unang panel po tayo mag-start. And pa-open na lang po ng cam. So, 1, 2, 3, go. Okay po. Second slide po. 1, 2, 3, go. Next slide po. 1, 2, 3, go. Next slide po. 1, 2, 3, go. Ang limang slide po. 1, 2, 3, go. Next slide po. Okay. Okay po. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you very much again, Dr. Orense and Engineer Ramir Cruz. And thank you very much also to our audience. Despite of the rains or the rainy season that we have now, you're still stay with us. So for our next presenter, may I ask Sir Julius to introduce our next speaker.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Our last but not the least resource speaker for this afternoon, he studied civil engineering and Master of Science in Structural Engineering at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. He finished his doctoral degree in engineering from Nihon University, College of Oceanic Architecture and Engineering, Tokyo, Japan. He received his postdoctoral grants from the Raha Mangalas Institute of Technology, Thailand, and Tokyo Institute of Technology, Japan, as part of the JSPS, Japan Society for Promotion of Science, and the Mumbusho Program. He was assigned to be the executive director of the Integrated Research and Training Center, a JICA grant leading engineering research in state universities here in the Philippines. He has worked on various researches with different international teams on underwater concrete, fiber concrete, and structural composite. He retired from the corporate world and joined the Hilti Foundation, initiated organization in the Philippines known as the Base Bahay Foundation as the general manager. BASE is a nonprofit, non-government organization with a mandate to build communities using alternative building technology with a network of partners and providing comfortable, affordable, resilient, eco-friendly houses with social impact. The vision is to scale up partnership and adaptation of bamboo and other green building materials for socialized housing. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us give a round of virtual applause to our last speaker this afternoon, Dr. Pablo A. Jorillo.
Thank you very much, Engineer Cancino, for the
Welcome
very
po.
generous, salamat po for the very generous introduction. Let me share you my screen. I hope everyone can see the screen.
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. Again, thank you very much, Engineer Cancino and Engineer Golpeo for moderating and the kind introduction. Actually, it is an honor to be a part of PUP, maski Professorial Chairholder. And I'm very happy that President Bong Mui invited me to join PUP in this manner. And I thank you for the opportunity to share with you some of the updates, some of the state of the art on bamboo engineering materials and building technology. Our today's lecture, I would like to provide a framework on the topic of bamboo as an engineering materials and the technology behind it so that I can encourage PUP students, both graduate and undergraduate, fellow professors, instructors, research students on how we can work together and encourage you to join the bandwagon when it comes to doing research on this very green and sustainable building materials. Um, Probably you have seen quite a lot of beautiful structures made of bamboo. But if you look at it, it is still a niche market. There are few far and wide in terms of this type of structure around the Philippines or in Southeast Asia. Actually, when you say bamboo as a material, it still has a stigma of being a non-durable material for permanent structure. And the challenge for the many of us is how to make bamboo mainstream. And let me borrow this slide of one of our partners in Coventry University in United Kingdom. Um, when we talk about bamboo, and if our goal is to make bamboo a mainstream, the first thing that we would be asking is, are there available data? Are there research work done on bamboo as a material, as a composite, or as a structure? This is very important because if there are no research, no property characterization, no data available, then it would be very difficult to incorporate this in codes and standards. And if we have and if we do not have bamboo in codes and standards, definitely no one would be designing it, nor specifying it, nor teaching it. And if no one is teaching it, then definitely there would be no demand. No one would be building using the bamboo as a structural element, as, as a building material. And since there's no demand, then there would be no use in studying this type of material. So it becomes a vicious cycle. Our objective for today is how to break this vicious cycle. If ever we would like to make bamboo a mainstream building materials. Okay, so let me introduce to you um, base bahay. Actually, the topic of bamboo is very close to my heart. Bamboo is a material of our advocacy in Base Bahay Foundation. We started 10 years ago from a research topic that became a pilot that became an actual house. And then from there, more houses were built using this type of technology. And then the entire concept becomes more, how would I say, the proof of concept becomes more visible. And this concept turns into social advocacy in the housing for the poor. So started as a research and it became a design. From a design, it it became a pilot, and a pilot become now a mainstream in terms of socialized housing. And this is the objective that I would like to show to the entire audience today when we talk about bamboo. Base Bahay actually is a non-profit, non-government organization, and our mandate is to build communities. And we build communities by providing alternative building technologies to a network of partners that at the end we can provide and we will provide affordable, resilient, and eco-friendly houses with social impact. The technology that I'm referring in this discussion is the cement bamboo frame technology. It is currently accredited under the National Housing Authority, and the technology used here is a fusion of what we call Bahareke technology from Latin America, joined together with European engineering and Filipino craftsmanship. Later on, I will discuss in detail what this technology is all about. The objective is actually to build houses, not bahay kubo, but permanent houses that are typhoon resistant and can withstand wind speed of up to 240 kilometers per hour, earthquake resistant, fire resistant, and insect resistant. And we provide this type of housing to poor families, disaster-stricken communities, and even with the marginalized sector of the society. Later on, I'll tell more about this technology, and I'll give it to you in greater detail. So far, since 2014, we have already built more than 1,000 houses around the Philippines. And out of the 1,000 houses, 4,500 individuals have already benefited using this technology from 12 different communities. We in Base Bahay do not only build houses or use green materials, green technology to build houses, but we are present in the entire value chain. And in this case, the entire bamboo value chain, from harvesting bamboo to its transport, to treatment, to marketing it, and its use for construction, and at the same time, and finally empowering the community so that they would have sustainable livelihood. One of our biggest projects right now is the Negros Occidental Impact 2025. We we would like and we envision to build more than 10,000 CBF or cement bamboo frame houses by 2025 in partnership with Habitat for Humanity. And we would like to serve informal settlers in Negros Occidental, displaced family, into a resettlement area close to an urban district. Allow me to show you in a 5-minute clip video the project and then how the use of bamboo material in the building technology was applied, and then the social impact it brings to the family who receive this type of houses. I hope you can hear the sound and the video is okay.
When we first started here, it was just land. No? The land was appropriated basically for informal settlers to provide their own housing. But through Habitat and the partnerships with Hilti, Base Bahay, and other private partnerships, we're building sustainable communities. The first community here is calling itself Katuwang. And Katuwang means partnership, but partnership, it's more of a deeper partnership. It's like partnership for life.
It's a good partners to be with Habitat because you give us homes for our people to address the homelessness, and so in return we should be helpful in what you are doing here so that we can show to other places that what we are doing here in partnership with Habitat is a good example for the city of Silay.
So the partnership focuses basically on leveraging public and private organizations. We have included the LGU, who provides us land. We have the private sector that provides us basically funding and support. More importantly, we also have partnerships with the Hilti Foundation and Base Bahay, providing the very important technology, bamboo technology, that we require. Combining all of these, basically, we provide an opportunity for all the different sectors in the housing value chain to contribute to eliminating housing poverty. The benefits of using cement bamboo frame technology are very numerous, actually. First and foremost, it provides for the building of disaster-resilient houses, which can basically withstand typhoons and earthquakes, which is very important for the very vulnerable groups. The second, it's also been proven that it provides insulation from heat, which is very important for poor families. Third, it provides employment, not only for construction workers, but for bamboo farmers, which is very critical for the rural areas. Another benefit is the sustainability of the product. It grows very quick. So unlike wood or any other material in the construction value chain, it's easily to source, and it can also be much cheaperly sourced in the future or in the long term through economies of scale.
Nakatapos na ako siguro mga 300 hours na, more or less. Malamig yung bamboo. Ito nakita ko rin ang kombinasyon ng bamboo at saka yung concrete. So maganda talaga kinalalabasan ng bamboo house. bamboo pala, pwede rin pang gawing pang model, hindi lamang pang nipa house.
Bamboo with combined of the new technology of cement. Yes, it is worth doing again because it can help us through the livelihood of our city and also the people of Silay.
竹とコンクリートですごい強度を増していて頑丈な家だと思うし、あと竹自体に殺虫の効果があってそれもすごい長持ちするのですごいいい構造だと思います。
So the vision of Habitat with its partners is to create a sustainable community where it can thrive on its own and build the proper leadership and governance to lead its way to basically a sustainable community.
Ako si Lisel Makuiling, ginapapugal ko gaya ako nagapanagtiya sang balay nga himo sa kawayan. Ako si Nilda Makabibi, ginapapugal ko git nga isa ako sa nagapanagtiya sang bamboo house.
Ako si Lilia Inyon, proud ako na isa ka owner sa balay na kawayan.
Ako si Ana Rinias, nagakalipay nga nagapapugal nga isa ko kang nagapanagiya sang balay nga bamboo house. Ako si Elnora Santilia, nagakalipay nga nagapanagiya sa isa ka balay nga kawayan.
Amo na ning panugod sang maayo nga buwas damlag.
Okay, I hope you like the short video. It talks about the project. It talks about the use of bamboo as a material, that the possibility that it could be a mainstream, and there's a lot of advantages on using this type of material and this green building technology. So when we talk about building technology, construction methodology, new alternative materials, when you use natural materials, especially the likes of bamboo, um, it requires a thorough research from material characterization to its use in the structural material for the design, analysis of the building, and then the housing. That is why, in Base Bahay Foundation this year, we have established and launched our Base Innovation Center. It is an industrial space where academics, professionals, private groups, NGOs, government units can come together and do research, development, prototyping, full-scale testing of different building technologies. Our current focus, of course, is bamboo technology. So R&D in terms of continuous improvement of existing and current technologies that would result to a simplified processes and procedure, and then based on the result of that R&D, transfer it to the community, first to the engineering and architecture community through training, CPD training, test the training, and then to all the workers and the beneficiaries, and then the recipient of this technology. The end output of the R&D is not do research for the sake of research, but really come up with an output that would have a social impact. So we are focused into adoption of the technology in the field, in the communities, in the society where the result of the R&D can be useful. Now, how do we operationalize the R&D? So the Base Innovation Center is establishing partnership with different universities and research institutions, local universities, the likes of De La Salle, UP, and very recently, Polytechnic University of the Philippines. We just have signed a MOA, a Memorandum of Agreement, with the PUP to do both graduate and undergraduate research in architecture, engineering, and sciences. Now, what we would like to do is that the local universities, in cooperation with the Base Innovation Center, together with the international university, we can all partner up to do an extensive research. Let's say PUP can partner with University of Pittsburgh in USA for a certain topic in bamboo. Or PUP can work together with ARUP or Habitat on a specific part or a specific study on maybe construction methodologies or durability of the bamboo. So we are now gathering all these partner into an aligned goals in doing research and development for in the field of bamboo. Um, to give you an example on how we will operationalize the R&D activities, let's say, I'll give an example. Let's say the University of Pittsburgh in US is planning to do a characterization and test protocol for bamboo connection and joints. Probably they will develop a different site, different kind of connection, and then this parallel to that activity, DLSU or UP or PUP can also go into this type of topics, maybe a different kind of connections, but with the expertise of PUP and the University of Pittsburgh and of Base Bahay and other partners who would like to join in that particular general research, we can group them together and exchange knowledge, expertise, experiences, especially in the testing protocols and in the design and in the analysis of the study. In 2021, this year, we have already identified some topics that we can do in partnership with different universities and institutions. We are now working with PUP in defining some of the R&D topics that they would like to do related to bamboo. And later on, we would partner PUP professors and students and your research and extension officers with other universities and other innovation centers around the world, both institutions benefiting from each other in terms of the knowledge and the experience. The ultimate goal is not only do research, but do an applied research that can be piloted and can be applied in the community. Of course, we would like to have the result of the research submitted in the form of a referee journal to the pride and proof of the works done by these different groups of institution. For this lecture today, I would like to focus on where are we in terms of the bamboo R&D. So state of the art of researchers on bamboo studies in the Philippines. I would like to provide a framework on how we would do R&D collaboration between Base Bahay, other universities, and especially PUP in this topic. Now, I know the lecture is only good for 1 hour, but I have prepared quite a few of topics that, given the opportunity, we can have it presented either in the next series of the professorial lecture or other venue where I can present in depth some of the topics that would be useful for the engineering, architecture, and the science students of PUP. For example, a more in-depth discussion on how do you characterize Philippine bamboo as a low resource energy material following the existing codes recently approved into a Philippine national standards. Or maybe we can have a session later on about carbon offset. What is the carbon sink and sequestration using this type of material following the complete bamboo value chain? Or we can have a separate discussion in terms of how do you design a bamboo structure following now a newly approved method by the ISO. But for now, our discussion would focus on general updates, no? General updates on what is happening in terms of R&D in bamboo. I will try to present it in a manner encompassing the entire bamboo value chain. from the sourcing or the pre-construction life cycle to its use as a raw material, as a product stage, going all the way to the use of this type of material for construction and the construction of a structure or a house until the end of life cycle of that building or house. And then maybe little bit later on, if you still have time, I would like to throw in a little bit of discussion about carbon sink and sequestration. But at the end of the day, what I would like to achieve are two things. One, how can I encourage all the PUP constituents, both students, professors, researchers, the research and extension team to join the bandwagon of R&D on the topic of bamboo. And then at the end of the lecture today, I would like to come up with some recommendation for future studies that could be a possible next steps for PUP in terms of R&D and the collaborative work that we can do together with the university. Okay, so with that mindset, we can start now our discussion on the topic. The first challenge for all of us is how to make bamboo a mainstream. Just like I said, I will copy this chart of David Trujillo of Coventry University in UK. And then I will use this as my mantra for the entire presentation today. If you don't do research, again, how do we make bamboo a mainstream? If you don't do research, if you don't identify the materials, if you don't do studies on joints in design analysis, the chances are it will never be added into the codes and standards. So research or R&D is a prerequisite so that it can be included, or there are more and enough informations to be included in the codes and standards. And we would like to know what are the existing codes and standards already available, especially when we talk about bamboo. Because if we don't know that there are already existing codes and standards, then definitely we would not design it because we don't know if there are codes and standards. No one would design with it, no one would specify it, and much more, no one would teach it. And only if we have these codes and standard that we start to design with it, start to specify it, start to teach it, then we start building structure. Then we create a demand. And as we create a demand, then the more study that we need to do in order to improve the process, improve the technology, improve the methodology in building this type of houses or this type of structures. Okay, so we will call our lecture today not Bamboo 101, but I would like to raise it at a higher level, maybe a graduate level, Bamboo 801. And this is for all of us: graduate student, undergraduate student, researchers, professors, instructors, teachers, and research and extension officials of our university. Okay, and then we will look at it from materials, codes, design, and how can we teach it so that we can create a demand. Okay, bamboo, the whats and whys of bamboo. We know that bamboo is a hollow woody plant in a grass family. It grows very fast, no? 77 to 40 centimeter per day, and can be harvested in 3 years. It is self-generating and renewable. Even after you cut the matured poles, just like a grass, another shoot grows and replaces the one you cut. Unlike the trees for timber, you can only cut the trees after 40 or 50 years. And after you have cut the trees, you need to replant and reforest. And then you have to wait for another 40 to 50 years before you can harvest a timber, no, for construction. Right now, based on the inventory, there are more than 1,000 species of bamboo available around the world. In the Philippines, they have identified 100. And out of the 100 species, there are about 12 species that are commercially important. The latest inventory of the DTI as of 2021, they found out that there are already about 84,000 hectares of bamboos in 57 provinces, majority of which can be found in Luzon and in Mindanao. Um, there are about 12 commercially important bamboo species. Probably you've heard about this bamboo species: bayog, buho, bolo, giant bamboo, kawayan tinik, kawayan kiling. And right now, from the 57 provinces where they've seen this 84,000 hectares of bamboo stands, 65% are of kawayan tinik species. And then buho, about 21%, and then giant bamboo and bolo from 6 to 8%. This is how kawayan tinik looks like in the wild. Okay, so from the 100 species, the DTI, the Department of Trade and Industry, together with DNR, identified 12 commercially important bamboos in the Philippines. To name them: kawayan tinik, kawayan kiling, bayog, machiko, bolo, buho, anos, kayali, laak, oldam, giant bamboo, and of course the uh, recently popular guadua from Colombia and Ecuador. Okay, if you look at these 12 or 13 commercially important bamboos, you can see that 8 of these species are good for the construction and as a building material. Now we would like to assess how much do we know in terms of the strength properties of these 8 species of bamboo that can be used for building, and how much informations are available. Okay, why bamboo? Doc PJ, why bamboo for your professorial lecture? Actually, there are so many things that we can study and do R&D when it comes to bamboo. But I would like to answer the question, why bamboo, using the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDG. Probably some of you have already heard these SDGs. The Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs for short, were born at the United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development in Rio de Janeiro in 2012. The objective of that UN conference is to produce a set of universal goals, or SDG, that would meet urgent environmental, political, and economic challenges facing our world. So in a way, para siyang it set up a world shared plan to end extreme poverty, reduce inequality, and protect the planet by 2030. Here. Now, when you say sustainable, ang definition ng sustainability is this. Sustainability is defined as the extent to which progress and development meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their need. So dapat we do not sacrifice our current progress and development for the sake of the future generations. So why bamboo? Kasi bamboo actually supports and enable and make this sustainable development goal a reality. I have identified 6 here for the first chart. 6 of the 17 SDG: no poverty, zero hunger, innovation and infrastructure, sustainable cities and community, decent work, economic growth, responsible consumption. Doc PJ, paano nakakatulong yung bamboo in answering this SDG? We know that bamboo can be a source of livelihood, and it also can be a source of food. Livelihood because You have the bamboo plantation, you have the harvesting, you have the treatment process, you have the propagation and planting of the stocks, you have the harvesting of the shoots. All of this helps in the livelihood. It helps alleviate poverty. It helps alleviate zero hunger. And it's quantifiable. It can be measured at the end of the day. So by 2030, we can see now, based on the usage of the bamboo, how much it helps this sustainable development goal. Ano pa? Decent work, economic growth, infrastructure, because bamboo is good as a raw material for furniture, crafts, instrument, paper, pulp, fiber, and of course, it can be used in construction, housing, scaffolding, and other structures. What other SDGs does the bamboo supports? Affordable clean energy, because we know bamboo can be used as a biofuel or a biogas. Climate action, because we know bamboo can do carbon sequestration. I will explain later on what I mean by carbon sequestration. But to give you an idea, you know, 1 hectares of bamboo stands or bamboo clumps can absorb 12 tons of carbons in the atmosphere. So what happens is, yung isang hektarya ng bamboo plantation will absorb 12 tons of carbon dioxide from the air, and then the carbon dioxide goes into the system of the bamboo all the way to the root system and into the land. So it absorbs carbon and it exhales oxygen. It exhales 35% more oxygen compared to other trees in the forest. That's why it's good for the climate. No? Life on land, because it can be used as a land and soil rehabilitation. It can enhances biodiversity. It can be a windbreaker, a soil enricher, and a nutrient recycler. Life below water, life on water, because bamboo is a phytoremediator. What do I mean by phytoremediator? It cleans up the soil, air, and water contaminated with hazardous contaminant like the one in the mine spoil site. Okay, so there are so many things bamboo can contribute to the sustainable development goals set by the United Nations for its target for 2030. It's so important that a strategy has been set up by DTI together with DNR and DOST in terms of how do we now maximize the bamboo as a material and a bamboo as a source of an industry. There are strategies listed, but what I would like you to look at is the one at the bottom. The most notable strategies identified by this group, and if you read it, advocacy on the amendment of the Structural Code of the Philippines to incorporate bamboo as a structural material. Why did I highlight this? Because for us engineers, architects, and those who are doing R&D related to building construction or construction management or in sciences, this is what we would like to do. If there are codes and standards, then everyone can design it. Anyone can build it. And here, demand is created. Okay? Now, for our discussion today, I would like to look at the use of bamboo in a building. Since we are going to talk about a building or a structure, so if I would like to, how would I say, structured my presentation today, I would like to look at the life cycle of a building or a structure. And for this, I would like to use the terminology set by the standard EN 15643 in terms of identifying the building life cycle phases. So from pre-construction to the raw material at the product stage, the raw material going to construction, installing it, assembling it, finishing it, to the use stage wherein from the construction it becomes a habitable structure or house, that would last for 30, 25, 30, 50 years until the end of life stage of 50 years plus. So we would like to look at bamboo as a building material in a structure following this building life cycle phases. Okay, again, we will assess looking at the resources flows, carbon emission per stages, and then the waste product flows in each of the stages. And since we are dealing with the bamboo as a material, we will be looking at it in the entire bamboo value chain. Bamboo value chain from the sourcing, and when we say sourcing, we are talking about um, uh, land, plantation, harvesting, selection, grading. From the sourcing, what from the harvesting of the bamboo material into a product, a raw product that can be used for different purpose, and this product goes to the construction. You prefabricate, you transport it, prefabricate it, install it, and then construct it to become a structure. And then evaluating the use stage wherein it becomes a structure, a house, and then you'll assess how you will maintain it, repair, refurbish until the end of the lifespan of that building. It could be from 25 to 50 years. And after 50 years, how would you assess the end of life stage? And for each of the life cycle stages, I would like to refer to the sustainable development goals and see, let's say, sourcing, what sustainable development goals does it answer? And that we give the rationale on why we do things in each of the life cycle stages of the bamboo. Okay, let's start with the first part. Are you good? So far, so good. Okay, for the sourcing stage, in the building life cycle assessment, it is called a pre-construction phase. But in the bamboo value chain, we will call it sourcing. And we will talk about land and plantation management, harvesting, how do you select the raw material, and how do you grade the material that will be used for structural purposes. Okay. Um, in terms of land and management of bamboo stands, um, in the recent inventory from 52,000, this became 84,000 hectares of available bamboo stand nationwide. This is according to the study made by ERDB of the DNR. Now, if you look at this 84,000 hectares of bamboo stand, 68% of this can be found in forest land. 24% in natural stands, maaring nasa creek, maaring nasa periphery of farms, or it could be on a government and privately owned plantation, but that is a small portion, 3 to 5%. So the majority of the bamboo that we see are actually harvested from the wilds. Okay. The bamboo industry needs about 60 million poles per year. That's the demand. But actually, what these 84,000 hectares of bamboo can deliver in a year is only about 20 or even about 40 million poles per year. The question is, why the gap? No? Why the gap? Number one, information on bamboo are inaccessible and incomplete, and they are far and wide. So it is not uh, available into one database that can be accessed by researchers, by startups, by entrepreneurs, social enterprises. Hence, the production of the bamboo poles and the harvesting of the bamboo poles are only this much. Okay. Also, the taxonomy and the classification of bamboo in different regions are far from satisfactory. Also, the gap because of the capacity and knowledge of farmers to do sustainable harvesting. In general, if the bamboo forest or bamboo stands are well managed, it is possible to harvest 1,000 bamboo poles per hectare. But right now, we are harvesting about 400 to 600 poles per hectares. Hence, the gap between the supply and the demand of the bamboo. Um, Actually, there are already studies on land inventory and management of bamboo stands. There is a report. There is a country report that shows us where can we find this species of bamboo, how much in that particular region, and then how many can be harvested. That's one source of information. Again, these country reports are not updated, and it only gets published every couple of years. Now, there's also the Bamboo Information Network set up as a government initiative, mainly headed by the Department of Trades and Industry. In the very recent DTI workshop, they have already identified some of the inventories of these local and regional bamboo forests. As of 2020, they have found out this 84,000 hectares per region, and then how does these hectares develop from 2011 to 2020. Um, there are some field guides to identify specific locations, specific species per location that would help researchers, entrepreneurs who would like to harvest and use bamboo as a product. Um, but the thing that I'm really looking forward to is the creation of this bamboo database and information system. This is a project currently being handled by DTI and DNR. They will come up with a bamboo database and information system, and it can capture so many data like the location, the species, the area, the age, the bamboo growers, the products, the processors, the market, all into one database system. So if you would like to study bamboo, you would know that Kawayan Tinik is available in this area of Bukidnon by this number of clumps, by this number you can harvest this much amount of bamboo. So this type of information would help quite a lot of stakeholders who are in the bamboo industry. Okay. Um, and also, there's quite a lot of farming and plantation maintenance studies and manual developed by DNR, developed by UP Los Baños, that can be used by many of the farmers or of the researchers or of the entrepreneurs who would like to go into the business of bamboo. Um, in terms of the harvesting method, you can do selective cutting or blanket method or clear cut like the kaingin type. You cut all the bamboos. There are techniques available and methods that could help many groups who would like to take on the plantation and harvesting of the bamboo. We in Base Bahay, as I have mentioned, is present in the entire bamboo value chain, from harvesting to treatment of the raw material, transporting it into the project sites to be used as a building material for the construction of houses, monitoring the houses after 10 years, 15 years to see the usage of the structure, and then hopefully and looking forward to know the end of life cycle of this type of houses. So for us to be in the entire bamboo value chain, it is also our mission to help farmers and educate farmers how to do sustainably harvesting and how to sustainably harvest bamboos in the wild. For example, we would teach them the site, the type of the bamboos, and how would you identify bamboo as in the poles. Okay. Also, in terms of how do you cut the bamboo after you have selected it, and then how do you strip the bamboo and clean it and removed all the branches? How do you do the quality control check in terms of the curvature of the bamboo and look at some of the defects, surface defects, insects infestation, and then look at the quality of the bamboo that is harvested, and then teach them how to store, how to transport, so that when they sell the bamboo, they would sell it at a good and acceptable price. All right. Um, Now, as early as 2013, Razal of UP Los Baños and ERDB DNR noted that we don't have a standard grading system for bamboo poles. When I say grading, it means sorting criteria. So there is no a criteria so that when people harvest bamboo, they would harvest bamboo that are not too young to be harvested or too old to be harvested. Um, Only very recently in 2018 that an ISO standard was approved by the International Organization of Standard. The ISO is 19624. It shows the basic principles and procedure of grading the bamboo poles. Um, and last year of June 2020, it became a Philippine national standards. Now we have a standard in terms of the process, how we grade and sort bamboo and grade it according to a defined selection criteria. There are two methods to do the grading. You can do it visual grading based on visually measurable characteristic that would affect the structural properties of bamboo, kagaya ng geometric properties, the condition properties, etc. Or you can do machine grading. Um, Actually, when you go to a bamboo supplier, the first thing that they would ask you, for what purpose are you going to use it to build houses? If yes, then they would say, that is grade 1. And grade 1 is diameter 3 to 4 inches. So there is already an ad hoc system being followed by many of the bamboo suppliers in the rural area. And if you tell them, I would like to buy bamboo poles for fences. Okay, hindi yan pang construction. So it's grade 4 and it is a 2-inch diameter. You can use that for fences. So there is already an ad hoc system on how grading is being employed in the supply industry. But with the release of the ISO 19624, we can now standardize how we grade bamboo from a structural grade to a non-structural grade. And we can identify criteria that would define which are the properties that would qualify this particular type of bamboo as a structural grade bamboo. Okay, we can also grade it according to diameters. We would like to, it's just like timber. You would like to buy a pitong And it is dos por dos or dos por cuatro or cuatro por cuatro. It is defined and it is graded by size. Bamboo can also be graded by size. And the ultimate objective here is that when you buy bamboo, when they say structural grade, you know that it is graded according to a certain standards. And that, let's say, when you buy a 4-inch bamboo, you know that for this 4-inch bamboo, you would have this bending properties, compressive properties, strength properties correlated to the diameter of the bamboo. Now, right now, since this ISO 19624 is very recently released, just last June of last year. So there are still very, very few bamboo suppliers who are doing this grading methods. We are currently doing research with few of our partners in Dumaguete and Batangas to do more of this grading process. Kasi sa grading process, you will not only visually identify the bamboo, but also you will try to test the bamboo that so that you can correlate the strength properties with the diameter or the visually measurable characteristics of the bamboo. Kung ganitong 4-inch diameter, ganito ang strength. Kung 2-inch diameter ng kawayang tinik, ganito ang magiging strength properties, and so on. We will not tackle in detail the grading in today's lecture, but in a separate lecture, I would be happy to give example and give a more detailed lecture on how we can do this and how we can make this into a graduate or undergraduate research. Okay, so for sourcing, there are already many areas where we can do R&D work. And one of them is we have identified 12 economically important species. And what we can do is do a grading study, identify the visual grading of these different species of bamboo in different regions in the Philippines. If you are a local of Bukidnon and studying in PUP and you would like to know what are the grades or how the structural grades of the bamboo in Bukidnon and how do you correlate the grades of the bamboo to the strength properties, that would be an excellent thesis topic. So selection and grading is one area of future studies that we can work on. Management and then harvesting bamboo, structural grade bamboo, and community development, if you are a science major, would be a very good topic. And then land inventory, identification, sources, supply of bamboo, in addition, in support of creating a database for bamboo would be a great area for R&D topic. Okay, so let's move to the product stage. For the product stage, we will now, from the harvesting, we will now look at the bamboo poles as a raw material for construction. So we will talk about the raw material, the quality control, the transport of this material from the site, from the plantation to the site. You grade it, you treat it, and then you store and dry the materials. A quick overview of the material. We know that bamboo is a hollow cylindrical shell. It has a transverse diaphragm at the nodes. It has a high strength along the fiber. And just like the timber, we define the properties of bamboo in terms of parallel to the fiber or perpendicular to the fiber. If you look closely in a scanning electron microscope, the fiber of a bamboo, it is parallel to the longitudinal length of the bamboo poles. And if you look closely, 50% of the composition of bamboo is fiber. 50% fiber and 50% is the material that binds this fiber. Okay? Now, as a natural material, the physical properties like moisture content, density, affects the properties of the material. For example, moisture content condition is a decisive factor to its mechanical properties. Now, pagbasa ang bamboo, iba ang kanyang compressive strength, tensile strength, and bending strength. Likewise, if it is in a normalized moisture content condition, iba ulit ang kanyang mechanical properties. Not only that, moisture content also predicts the lifespan of the bamboo because the moisture content can easily attract fungus and other insects. Density. Density naman, just like the timber, again, it is the simplest determinant of its strength. Para bang bumibili ka ng apitong, dos por dos, no? Apitong mabigat to. So therefore, the bending strength of this is something like this. Acacia, magaan to. So even though it's dos por dos, magaan to, so probably the strength of this is not as good as the apitong. So the density is the simplest determinant of the strength of a timber or bamboo material. And then the density of the bamboo is, or the specific gravity ranges from 0.4 to 0.9. No? And just to give you an idea, if you harvest kawayan tinik, probably the moisture content would be from 100% to 79%. But if you let it dry for 71 days, it would normalize to a range of about 17 to 18%. Now, any reduction in the moisture content would result in the shrinkage of the timber material or of the bamboo material. So if the moisture content decreases by 1%, there would be a corresponding shrinkage in lengthwise, tangential, and radial. Kaya ang moisture content does not only predicts the strength properties of the bamboo, but also whether the bamboo would crack or would taper depending on the moisture condition. Okay. Now, just like timber, the service life of bamboo is dependent on many things, especially exposure and condition. Untreated bamboo exposed to soil, 1 to 3 years. If it is under cover, maybe goes to 4 to 7 years. Under favorable condition, well, the service life can be as high as 10 to 15 years. But with the right treatment, in a favorable condition, the life goes to 50 to 100 years. Now, kaya nga lang, yung structure ng bamboo makes it difficult to treat. Unlike yung timber, dos por dos, all the surface areas can be exposed to the preservative. Pero yung bamboo, with the outer skin, has a high silica content and forms a good raincoat and prevents the preservative from entering the skin of the bamboo. So the best way to treat it is through the cross section. And then you can do this either by prophylactic treatment or a non-pressure treatment wherein you soak the bamboo, you replace the sap or the diffusion process. Or you can use a pressure treatment wherein you apply a regular pressure to the material. There are preservatives or chemicals that can be used for treatment. For treatment, you can use different kinds approved by the Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority. You can also use borax and boric acid or other phytochemicals and preservative treatment. The one we're using in base is borax and boric acid. And then sometimes we use permethrin, propiconazole, and tebuconazole as a chemical to treat the bamboo. And with the treated bamboo, from our experience, the rate of infestation is 0.00024%. Okay, now actually the bamboo treatment is pretty straightforward, especially if you use the non-pressurized scheme. Step one, you do a quality control check, whether that is the bamboo that you will use for a structural grade. Then you do a sort of a pre-cleaning, removing all the dirt, removing everything, the leaves and everything. You wash it, and then you punch it in the diaphragm. So you do node punching so that the chemicals or the water can pass through the entire length of the bamboo. After that, you can wash it in a running water so that you can remove the starch inside the bamboo. By the way, it is the starch that the powder beetle or bukbuk would like to eat. If you remove all the starch, then there is no more starch for the powder beetle or bukbuk to eat. Then after the running water washing of the bamboo, you can now dry it in air, in sun, and then finally do another quality assurance check whether there would be crack as a result of drying, as a result of the removal of the starch. And then only after doing that quality control check, you can do the chemical treatment and whatever chemicals that you would use to preserve your bamboo. Afterward, afterwards, you remove the excess chemical and then you can store, you can dry, and ready for use your bamboo for the construction. Okay? Now, when a bamboo is treated, it is now ready for use as a material for construction. They always say bamboo is a low energy resource material. It's a low energy resource material because to use it in the construction, there is a less energy required to process it, less machineries, less processing when you use the bamboo as the material. Let me give you an example with this short 4-minute video on how you process the bamboo as a low energy resource product. Okay?
In rural areas, the largest native type of bamboo, wadua, is extremely important in many daily activities: housing, fences, walls, cages, tools, and so on. Bamboo has also a key role in agricultural activities such as standing poles for tomato, pepper, or passion fruit plants, supporting poles for banana and cacao trees, among others. Present in all provinces, bamboo is decisive in the development of the economy of rural families. A recent study showed that the demand for bamboo is greater than the offer. Ecuador has several Dendrocalamus asper plantations, also known as giant bamboo. Its stems grow more than 30 meters high at a fast growth rate, and it provides optimal physical properties for its use in construction, in the making of planks, panels, boards, and much more. When technically managed, bamboo plantations can revert the soil degradation of overused areas, restoring the landscapes and adding many social, environmental, and economic benefits. In only 2 years, new bamboo plantations can revert soil erosion by up to 70%. Communities organized in associations have proven to be an effective formula to transform the land and the available labor force into true business opportunities through technical management of bamboo plantations. Whether for the preparation and sale of bamboo supporting poles, which are highly required in agriculture, or for the selection, cutting, and processing of bamboo for export. This is another community experience that has developed unique processing methods based upon local resources, resulting in products with added value. It is estimated that the responsible development of a bamboo industry in the region can generate about 10,000 places of employment in the next 10 years. In response to the need to find alternatives to timber, in the midst of our reality with deforestation and indiscriminate logging, the government of the province of Pichincha, through the Center for Learning and Technology Transfer, CEMBA, has developed a scheme of transformation of the material using giant bamboo slats. This technical process achieved impressive results in the form of planks, beams, boards, and more.
Okay. Um, Here you see the use of bamboo as a low energy resource product. Either you can use it as a primary product, round bamboo pole, or it could be a processed bamboo. It could be a secondary semi-processed product like bamboo splits or plyboard, or it could be a highly engineered bamboo materials. Um, there is a pros and cons on the use of bamboo pole in its natural states versus an engineered or processed bamboo. For the round bamboo, if you use it for your design, it offers you flexible design. There's no big investment in terms of processing and can be used in any location. But the difficulty to do this is the quality control. And not all species of bamboo can be used for structural grade. And also, if you would like to use it in its natural form, then it is highly dependent on how you treat the bamboo. No, processed bamboo, on the other hand, you can use all types of bamboos, and then the quality can be standardized, and large quantity production is possible. But then again, it requires huge investment in terms of machineries, knowledge, processing, and then the production is also dependent on the supply of raw materials. Now, for the engineered and processed bamboo in the forms of board and timber, there and you would like to evaluate the mechanical and structural properties. For boards and timber, it can be readily tested using the ASTM for timbers. However, for round poles, before this is practically non-existent. In 2018, there is no standard on testing the round bamboo poles. But I am happy to announce that in 2019, the ISO has approved 22157, the determination of physical and mechanical properties of bamboo poles with a test method. And last year of June 2020, it was adopted by the Department of Trade and Industry and became a Philippine national standard. What does ISO 22157 is about? It specifies test methods for specimen obtained from round bamboo poles. Now, the result and the data using this test method can be used as physical or mechanical properties for the structural engineering design of a structure or a house. So now there is a standard to test the real bending strength of bamboo poles, or the compressive strength or the tension strength parallel to the fiber, perpendicular to the fiber, or even the modulus of elasticity. Now, I did some literature search on some of the mechanical properties of the 12 economically important species, and this is what I found out. So practically, there is a huge gap of data on the properties of bamboo in the Philippines. The only two species that I see that are extensively studied is Kawayan tinik and the giant bamboo. But I thought there are 8 to 10 out of the 12 economically important species that can be used for construction. So, my dear colleagues in PUP, this is already telling us that there are a lot of species on bamboo that can be found all over the Philippines that doesn't have any physical or mechanical properties characterization. And if we would like to use bamboo as a mainstream material, then this is the first step. Research is the first step. Let us identify the mechanical properties, especially now that we have a Philippine national standard on how to do the test. We don't need to look for Indian standard, British standard, ASTM standard just to test the bamboo poles. Okay? Now, that is bamboo poles. For engineered bamboo, there are three types, major types: laminated bamboo, reconstituted densified bamboo, or bamboo board. Again, it is no longer low energy resource product because it would require a lot of processing, and the processing is actually energy intensive, from splitting to flattening, crushing, steam carbonizing, impregnation of the resin, cold molding, and activation of the resin, even up to the point of cutting the bamboo bamboo board requires intensive energy and uh, processing. Okay. Now, as a product, okay, again, this is a rich field for us in the R&D to study the durability and treatment of bamboo poles. What is the effect of this type of treatment to the strength properties of this type of species? Then we also have the big gap in terms of the physical and mechanical property characterization of 12 economically important bamboo species. And very few is still using the 22157 standard to do testing. Many of the data available are using different kind of standards. So the variability in terms of test results is so high. So the factor of safety evaluation is very poor. But if we consolidate this under one standard using ISO 22157, then we can come up with a better factor of safety evaluation of the material. And finally, there's still a lot of room for study when it comes to engineered bamboo, especially how you produce that engineered bamboo, how you process it, and then what is the resulting mechanical and strength properties. Okay, let's go to the construction stage. For the construction stage, the raw material, we now use it to build a house. Now, in terms of bamboo housing, there are three types. You have the bahay kubo, the traditional one. You have the bamboo frame plastered with cement, and you can modify this to come up with very beautiful designed houses. It's called bahareke, and houses made of bamboo laminated boards. Um, there are advantages and disadvantages on the use of a bamboo pole in building. To name a few, if you use bamboo pole in building your structure, the fact that it is lightweight, it is flexible, and can be used for arch and free form, and you can produce beautiful structure using these round bamboo poles. The disadvantage of using round poles is there is a lot of variability because of the natural material along the length of the bamboo. Another difficulty is in the jointing or the connection because of the hollow section and the nodes. Also, for us engineers to do design and construct this type of structure requires special skill. And currently, the general perception is that there are no codes that the engineers and architects can use to design and analyze bamboo structure. But actually, there is now, and it's just recently been approved by the ISO. Okay. Um, Bamboo building is actually like your timber structure with a structural frame approach. No, the floor, the wall, and the roof elements are interconnected. The foundations, as long as you keep the bamboo clear off the ground, you're okay. You can use any type of foundation. For the floor, you can use compacted earth or maybe reinforced concrete. And if it is a raised flooring, you can do floor decking. For walls, walls is the most important part because it carries the entire building self-weight, and the loadings, both dead weight and live loads from wind and seismic condition, are carried by the shear panel. And for the cladding, you can use an infill, whether it's a split bamboo, mortar, cement, or mud or clay for the walls. For the roof, you must design it to resist wind load forces during typhoon to as much as 240 kilometers per hour. And for the roof covering, it depends on the looks that you would like to achieve. No, you can use Nipa roofing material or GI sheets. And then for doors and windows, it could be modern or traditional. This is our cement bamboo frame house. The one we're building in Silay, the one we have already built across the Philippines. The concrete flooring, the flooring and the foundation is made of concrete. There is a shear panel that carries all the load. The cladding is metallic mesh with cement mortar. The roof framing is made of bamboo pole, and the roof framing is made of GI sheets. Let me just show you how we build this. No, I'll be done in the next 5 minutes. Okay, so we already started building in mainstream using the existing codes to build socialized housing. To build and to houses and to put it in a mainstream, you need a standard. A while ago, we have discussed standards from ISO on how to grade and sort bamboo, how to do the test procedure in determining physical and mechanical properties. And now recently, there is now a standard on how to design bamboo using the ISO standards. And just this June of 2021, the International Standard for Organization has released the bamboo poles structural design numbered 22156. Now we can design bamboo structure where the primary load bearing structure is made of round bamboo. Okay, and then this design procedure can apply to 1 to 2 story residential, not exceeding the height of 7 meters. And we can now quantify the mechanical resistance, serviceability, and then the durability of this bamboo structure. For the design method, we can use the allowable load-bearing capacity design or allowable stress design. And there is a provision that recognizes approaches for partial safety factor design and the LRFD method. In the upcoming lecture series, I will explain and give example on how to do this actual design. Currently, it is still under an international level or ISO 22156. There is now a technical group in the Department of Trade and Industry here in the Philippines so that this ISO 22156 can be adopted as a Philippine national standard and named PNS ISO 22156. And we are hoping that that would happen in the next coming month. The next step, which is also already happening, there is already a technical committee in ASEP working on the inclusion of the ISO 22156 into our National Structural Code of the Philippines. And the technical committee is headed by the ASEP, of course, by the structural engineers of the Philippines, together with Forest Product Research and Development, DTI, universities the likes of UP and De La Salle and Base Bahay Foundation being a member of that technical committee. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed that this technical committee would soon be able to incorporate the bamboo codes into our NSCP. Okay, one very good example of the ISO 22156 and the collaboration from different universities and NGOs is this beautiful structure that can be found in Matina, Davao. Do you know that there is a beautiful bamboo bridge in Matina, Davao? And it is a result of collaboration of Philippine and international university together with different housing association and architects and engineers from around the world. And it is a very beautiful bridge in Matina, Davao. It used the ISO 22156 to design it. The methodology that we use in Base Bahay in terms of connection is used in the same bridge. And the partners, in some of the partners here, are also the partners of Base Bahay. Maybe when we start discussing about design, I would like to discuss this in our upcoming lecture series. Okay, for the use stage, you can evaluate your structure versus typhoon and versus fire. And there are ways to study this. So finally, we have seen the entire bamboo value chain. But the biggest question that I would like you to ask is, how does this support climate change? To give you just an illustration, in the Philippines, each person emits and uses about 1.2 tons of carbon dioxide per year. So we emit or we exhale 1.2 tons of carbon dioxide per year. So for our population of 100 million, it means that we are creating 120 million tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere every year. Now, do you know that a 1 hectare of bamboo absorbs 10 to 12 tons of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and store it in the bamboo system? So in 1 hectare, let's say ang assessment natin is a building, no life cycle assessment. I would construct a bamboo building with a lifespan of 30 years. Okay, in the lifespan of 30 years of that building, the bamboo where the bamboo elements in that house where it was harvested, actually in that bamboo ecosystem, there are about 154 tons of carbon stored. When you harvest bamboo, there are carbon stored in the bamboo products. And if you stored and if you use that bamboo products for your house for a period or lifespan of 30 years, you are actually storing carbon by as much as 134 tons. And the fact that you use bamboo as a replacement for aluminum, PVC, instead of using PVC, you use bamboo, or instead of using CHB, you use bamboo shear wall. You are actually avoided carbon in your house, and it could be as much as 109 tons. And then, as you maintain and use the building, you will replace some parts of it again using a low energy resource, the likes of bamboo. So, in total, in the lifespan of your bamboo house, you have actually sequestered more than 400 to 500 tons of carbon in the atmosphere. Can you just imagine if we build 10,000 houses? We are actually sequestering 675 metric tons to 1 million metric tons of carbon in the atmosphere. That is how the use of low energy resource material and green material helps the climate change. Again, we will have a separate discussion in the next coming lecture series about carbon sink and sequestration. Again, you can see that there is a rich area where we could study about building design and analysis using bamboo, evaluation of the durability, bamboo building construction methodology, and the life cycle assessment of the building. In closing, if we don't do research, then the codes and standard would be futile. We need to use the codes and standards and expand the codes of standard as we do more research. Use the codes of standards so we can start designing with the use of this material, specifying it in the plan, teaching it to all our students so that we can create a demand not only for special structure, but a mainstream construction. Hoping that if we do this, we help the climate, we help the planet Earth. Again, sustainability, it is about the progress and development of our current progress and development should not inhibit or hinder the future generation in terms of their needs. That is sustainability. And R&D, doing studies on bamboo, would definitely help that. With that, I thank you all for your listening, for your attention. Thank you very much. I'm now ready for your question.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. I'm glad that you mentioned that we already have a Philippine national standard for such indigenous material, which is readily available in the Philippines. So basically, in the provinces, it's very nice to have those kinds of material being utilized. So, Sir Julius, could you share the questions asked by our participants for Dr. Jorillo?
Yes, Juan Buteo, thank you.
Answer the question uh, from University of or Urdaneta City University. She's asking if do we need to treat bamboos every year to ensure its strength.
Ah, no need. Um, in the process of the treatment, the first thing that you need to do, first things first, you remove the starch sa loob. The starch are the one that the bukbok would like to eat. So in the part of the processing, so you remove the starch. You remove the starch by putting the bamboo, soaking the bamboo in a running water. So in a week's time, matatanggal lahat ng starch. And then you dry it. After drying it, you soak it again with a chemical treatment, maybe permethrin, maybe borax and boric acid, with the aim of protecting it against termite and bukbok and other beetles that would harm it. Then the chemicals would now be impregnated along the fibers and the system of the bamboo. So what you can do now, now the bamboo is what is already protected. Actually, if the bamboo survive for the first 2 years, it will survive for the rest of the 50 to 100 years. But to the one who asked the question, bamboo steel is a natural material. Kagaya ng kahoy, hindi natin binibilad yung kahoy para maulanan, maarawan, no? Hindi natin nilalagay yung kahoy wherein merong mga termites, may mga mounds ng termites. We protect it. Likewise, if you use it as a building element or a building component, you make sure that it is hindi nababasa. There's no dry and wet situation. At least it is protected. It is inside the house. Kung meron mang portion, there should be an area where it is protected from rains. And if that is the case, then that would protect the house. And you don't have to treat it. Now, if you would like to do a prophylactic treatment, pwede mo siyang barnisan. So to add more gloss and architecturally pleasing aspect to your house, then you can do that. And that would be an added protection. But then again, no need to, as long as you did the treatment well, a good first time, you don't need to treat it every other 2 years. Okay?
Okay, sir. Yes, Dr. Jorillo, another question is from Sir Manny Bongulto. Is base bahay also considering researching or even constructing a 100% full bamboo watertight house unit, including the roof, using different species of bamboo and other indigenous material like yantok?
Okay, nice, nice. Actually, it's part of we're still exploring uh, building methodologies. For example, you would like more bamboo in the house. No, you would like to lessen the use of cement mortar. We're looking at that. We're looking at partition walls. We're looking at roofing materials. Again, different exposure, different durability, and therefore it would require a study. And we're doing the study in partnership with different university. Manny, if you're interested and you would like to study this, I think I know Manny Pungulto.
Yes, Omega World.
Yeah, I think I know Manny. Manny, if you'd like to study this, then that would be an excellent material to take on. But we need people to do the study actually.
Sige, sir. Another question from Sir Manny. In your housing project in Silay, Negros Occidental with Habitat for Humanity, what was the resulting construction cost per square meter of the housing unit? How does this cost compare to the conventional construction?
Oh, nice, nice. Okay. Okay. Sa aming pag-aaral, no, sa aming study, not directly with Silay, kasi we are evaluating the construction methodologies. So now I will just tell the basic, the materials, the labor to build the house. Aalisin ko lahat ng mga operational cost, ha. Alisin ko yung permit processing, margin ng contractor, alisin ko lahat yon, processing of the land title. So just building the house and then the materials that needs to build it. Okay. What we see is that it is at the range of 9,000, 8,000 to 9,000 per square meters. So if you're going to build a socialized housing with 22 to 25 square meters, you can build it at 200 to 240,000 pesos. Okay, wala pang permit doon, ha? Wala pang permit, wala pang ano. But that is already a complete house with electrical, with plumbing, with toilet, with Pozo Negro, septic tank. It's a complete house, no, that can be lived in. Again, it's in the category of socialized housing. Now, the question is, if you would like to do an architecturally beautiful house, you can do more, no? If you compare it with conventional concrete hollow blocks, it is actually 25% cheaper. That is why the bamboo, the use of a low energy resource material like bamboo, is more energy efficient and it is cheaper, affordable by 25%. Again, ano yun, research base. And then we even tested that in the project site.
Okay, thank you, Doc. Another question from University of Urdaneta City University: was using bamboo as a truss more expensive than using the usual steel?
Oh, actually, mas mahal ang bakal.
Yes.
Mas mahal ang bakal if you're going to use it. Mas mura ang bamboo pole. Kasi yung isang bamboo pole na ang haba ay 2 meters, mga 100 pesos lang yun eh. So can you just imagine compared to a purlins na gagamitin mo for your roofing? Again, we made some comparative study on this, and that is why we are confident to say that it is much more affordable than your conventional housing. And then, kung advocacy mo is sustainable construction, as much as possible, you would stay away from the use of steel section for your unless of course you're building a structure or structure greater than 7 meters in height. That would be a different discussion.
Yes, another question from Sir Manny: how many percent reduction of carbon footprint is generated using a CBF versus the conventional type?
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Again, we have some preliminary data. If you use a CBF, if you use a conventional concrete CHB construction, one wall would take about, if I'm not mistaken, about 100 tons. No, 10 tons of carbon emitted if you use the conventional material. If you use the low energy resource material like bamboo, it goes down to 3 tons of carbon emission, no, for that specific wall. So 10 versus 3, so you can already see the big difference. No, so if you use the ordinary conventional, you're emitting a lot of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. If you use this type of material, ang bagsak agad 70%. No, in terms of emitted carbon.
Okay, thank you, Doc. Another question from Dale Mark Pistol. May I ask, sir, since bamboo is known for its strength and durability, is there already an application in interior parts of an automobile?
Ay, wala akong alam so far but but I've seen bamboo bikes. I've seen some models, but not really a working parts in an automotive. But that is an interesting idea. No, it's an interesting idea. Maybe if you're a mechanical engineer,
Then you can plan a research.
you would like to, please come to us, and we would like to help you out.
Okay, and another question from Sir Manny again. How many species of bamboo do we currently have in the Philippines, and how many can be utilized as a structural material?
Ay, good. Okay. Na-cover ko yan sa presentation. So, 100 daw ang species available. Out of the 130 are introduced. Ibig sabihin, dinala dito sa Pilipinas. So, 60 yung atin, yung common, no? Out of the 60 na atin na common, 12 are commercially important. Ibig sabihin, it can be used for food, agricultural implements, fisheries implement, construction. Now, out of the 12, 8 ang talagang na-identify that can be used for building construction. Yung bang tipo na you can identify this as structural grade bamboo.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Another question is from Sir Manny. Is there no need to apply for fireproofing to the treated bamboo to increase its fire rating?
Alam mo, you are actually dealing with a similar timber material. So kung gumawa ka ng bahay made of timber, so expect na talagang masusunog yung bahay kasi kahoy yun eh. Ganon din ang bamboo. The same principle. Now, but if you are creating duplex house, no duplex house, and you would like to have a partition, and that partition you would like to maintain a certain fire resistant. Now yung firewall mo could be a wall that is made of bamboo shear panel na merong cladding ng mortar. We test that for fire resistance, and the fire resistance that we got is 60 minutes according to underwriter's laboratory test method, similar to a gypsum board or a prefab wall panels. Ibig sabihin, 60 minutes fire resistant. Kung nasusunog tong bahay na to na made of bamboo, it will take 1 hour bago tumalon or tumagos yung sunog sa kabilang side. So, typical 1 hour fire rating sa mga condo, sa mga walls, normal yun eh. And for the cement bamboo frame is ano. So to answer Manny's question directly, Manny, you don't need to fireproof. Para kang nagpa-fireproof niyan ng bahay na kahoy. No, you don't fireproof. But you need to set up a certain fire rating if there is 2 houses connected by a firewall and the firewall is made of a bamboo shear wall. Okay?
Okay. Another question, sir, is a certain participant is interested of using bamboo in constructing a building. His question is, how many stories of bamboo guide in making the construction strong?
Okay. Okay. Sige ha. Right now, kung ang pagbabasihan ko would only be the existing standards, the 22156, the ISO 22156 standard for the structural design would only allow us to up to a 7-meter height. Ibig sabihin, more than 7-meter height, nangangailangan pa ng additional R&D work. Dito papasok ang research. Now, alam niyo ba, in partnership with ARUP, we are now working on developing houses higher than 7-meter, maybe 3rd story, 4th story. And then, if we have that research, we have that result, now maaring mai-incorporate na yun sa code. Kaya nga very important yung mantra ko kanina eh. Yung research, magpi-feed yun sa codes. Sabi ko ngayon, hanggang 2-story lang. E di gumawa tayo ng research for a 3rd story and 4th story and hoping that the ISO 22156 i-incorporate yun ulit in the second batch of the revision of the codes. Ayon. And if we have that now, whoever is asking the question, you can now build a house higher than a 7-meter, and then you now have a design procedure to do it. And therefore, since there is a design, all engineers, architects can design it, and they can now use it to build the house.
Okay. Sir
Alright.
Julius,
Yes.
I think we have a question here coming from Aklan State University, Sir Ryan M. Basina, and he wants to know if there is a standard or at least an ongoing research regarding a bamboo treatment for a specific use in water exposed structures like fishing gears, and considering not only the lifespan of the structure but also the environmental effect of the treated bamboo. Could you elaborate on that, Dr. Jorillo?
Okay. Kung ang bamboo material ay gagamitin mo like a fishing gear, I don't know what does he or she means by a fishing gear. Kasi if you're going to use it for fishery implement, pwede mo kasi siyang gamitin in its natural state na bamboo pole. Pag ganun, maraming limitation ng durability noon when exposed to water. Diba? It can be it can, the lifespan could be from 1 to 2 years or 2 to 3 years only. But if it is a fishing implement or a fishing gadget or gear, and you're going to use and apply the engineering or the engineered bamboo process, then there is a possibility that you can build a durable material in water that would not absorb water and that would not affect the strength properties of that material. And that would be a good topic for research.
Okay, sir.
Another question from Miss Arlette de Los Angeles. Her question is, how about earthquake resilience, Doc? Is bamboo will be able to move, wobble, and shake? Another question from Ma'am Arlette is, how many bamboo is required to build an average size house?
Okay, so I'll start with the easy one. In a 25 square meter house, the single story ha, 4 agua ang bubong. Probably you'll be needing about 100 to 120 poles of bamboo of different sizes. Okay. Julius, ano nga yung first question? Nakalimutan ko.
Earthquake resilience.
Okay,
of
earthquake
bamboo.
again. Okay. Meron ng there is already a design calculation standard, ISO 22156. How to joint and then how to analyze the structure in earthquake loading, in seismic loading. Now, what is the advantage of using bamboo for your material when it comes to seismic load? Una, the fact that it is lightweight, lightweight, and then it is in a concrete foundation. And then for the joint system, there is an infill of mortar. So it becomes a light and yet stable enough structure to resist earthquake. And it's all part of the design analysis. Okay, from the section to the foundation to the shear wall element, and then how would the seismic load will be applied in that shear panel that can be calculated. No, and it can be since it can be calculated, you can design different configuration that would address and that would answer your seismic requirements. 'Di ba? Usually naman kahit anong configuration 'yan as long as you know how to design the joints, to design the frame, pwede mong gawin 'yan eh. All you have to do is follow the design procedure. And definitely if you follow that, then you will pass the seismic requirement criteria. Okay?
Okay, thank you, Doc. We have some more questions coming in. From Sir Noli Sibayan. Have you tried using bamboo for reinforcement?
Okay. Sa totoo lang, I'm not a fan of using bamboo as a reinforcement for concrete, ha? Yung bang tipo na imbis na baka lang ipapalit mo kawayan.
Kawayan, yes.
Oo, oo. So, I'm not a fan of that. But, pwede, yes. Kaya lang, ang kahoy ba ginagawa nating replacement ng bakal?
Yes.
Hindi, di ba? We don't, no, we don't do design like that. So maybe kung gagawin mo siyang strips of bamboo and then i-clamp mo parang reinforcing tendon dahil kasi maganda ang fiber ng bamboo and then use that as a reinforcement for your concrete, then maybe it's possible. But again, I am not a fan of that. No, I'm not a fan of that.
Okay, thank you, Doc. Another question from Mr. Bristol. In your opinion, sir, can a fiber of abaca can be combined with a fiber of bamboo in order to increase more strength and durability, which can be used for industrial applications?
Oo, pwede. Pwede. Pero alam mo, kasi ako, I studied natural fibers for my doctoral degree. Now, kung abaca fiber and then bamboo fiber, now, ang composition nito in terms of lignin, cellulose, the type of the fiber, dapat compatible eh. no? Kung gagamitin mo yung abaka, ibang totally structure ng fiber noon. Iba ang itsura ng fiber, iba yung binding material ng fiber. And then kung ihalo mo yun sa bamboo, so it adds complication, no? Pero it's not impossible, and it's a good research, especially if there are already good literature or previous studies that have shown combination of fibers would result to a better reinforcing material, then why not? No, pero kasi ako ay may duda kaagad ako if I would combine different kinds of fiber to use, no, for as a reinforcing element.
Okay, thank you, Doc. And for the last question, what type of bamboo is a good material for a bicycle frame?
Oo, yes. Kasi maganda ang bending, maganda ang tensile strength, no? So, imagine kung chassis mo ay bamboo. So, kung yan ang chassis mo ay bamboo, parang truss element yan. So, nagko-compress, nagtitension, no? And then, kung ikaw ay nalubak, maaring mabibend, no?
Yes.
So, nakita natin ang ganda ng properties both in compression, tension, and even in bending. Kailangan kalaban nga lang ng chassis na gawa sa bamboo is that moisture content, exposure to water, no? Kasi natural material, and since it is a natural material, dependent siya sa kanyang condition of the environment, and that condition of environment affects its mechanical properties. Kaya marami nagsasabi, bakit ang bilis mag-crack nung chassis na bamboo bike ko? Okay, for example, tinago mo siya sa garahe nyo na napakainit. Nag-shrink. For every moisture content reduction of the bamboo, ganun din, proportional ang shrinkage. No? Mag-shrink siya longitudinally, tangentially to the surface of the bamboo, and then radially across the diameter. So, kung tinago mo siya sa garahe, yung bamboo bike mo, then natuyo, that's a possibility.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am Golpeo.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Jorillo and Sir Cantino. I think that we have many more questions coming in, but in the interest of time, we will just forward it to Dr. Jorillo.
Oh, sige, please.
Okay.
You know my email address. I would be happy to answer some of your question. Ano lang ha, I'll just find time to answer your questions. Okay, but I'll try to answer all of them. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So to continue with our program, we now proceed to the awarding of certificate. And to give the certificate of recognition to our guest speaker, may I call on the Dean of the College of Science, Dean Lincoln A. Bautista. Sir?
Yes, thank you, Ma'am Josie. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, yes, Lincoln.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Dr. Jorillo, your lecture today is very inspiring. And in fact, kahit hindi po ako Ilocano, malapit naman din ako sa kay Ilocano kasi Nueva Ecija po ako. Kumakain po kasi ako ng labong. Of course, labong is pagkayan po yung inadobo. Napakasarap po niyan eh.
True.
And, galing din po yan sa kawayan.
Oh.
Before we award the certification of recognition to Dr. Jorillo, allow me to read bamboo quotes from a Chinese scholar, Ping Fu. Bamboo is flexible, bending with the wind, but never breaking. Capable of adapting to any circumstance. It suggests resilience, meaning that we have the ability to bounce back even from the most difficult times. Your ability to thrive depends in the end on your attitude to your life circumstances. Take everything in stride with grace, putting forth energy when it is needed, yet always staying calm inwardly.
Wow, beautifully stated. Thank you very much. Nice, really nice.
So now let us award the certificate of recognition to our dear speaker, Polytechnic University of the Philippines. This certificate of recognition is given to Dr. Pablo A. Jorillo in grateful acknowledgement of his distinguished and invaluable service rendered as guest of honor and speaker in the Science, Engineering, and Technology Professorial Chairholder lecture series with the title State of the Art on Bamboo, Characterization and Structural Applications Research and Development in the Philippines. Given this 21st day of July 2021 at the PUP Main Campus, Santa Mesa, Manila, Philippines. Signed, Dr. Manuel M. Muhi, University President. Congratulations, Dr. Jorillo.
Thank you very much for the honor, and thank you very much for the invitation to participate and be a part of the group of the PUP. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Dr. Jorillo and Sir Lincoln Bautista. And could we ask the audience to open up their camera for the photo opportunity? Sir Lincoln, could you open your camera po? So, technical team.
Hello po. So, first slide po muna tayo. Okay po. 1, 2, 3. Okay po. Next slide po. 1, 2, 3. Next slide po. 1, 2, 3. Next slide. 1, 2, 3. Next slide po. 1, 2, 3. Last slide po. 1, 2, 3. Thank you po.
So, thank you very much again, Dr. Jorillo and Dr. Bautista. So that ends our presentation for today. But definitely this is not the list or the last. So tomorrow we'll have another lecture series. This time we have the Undersecretary for Planning Private Partnership in the Management Service of the DPWH, Dr. Maria Catalina E. Cabral, and our session will start at 10 a.m. Tomorrow via Zoom. So I hope to see you all tomorrow. And this is the link for this day's presentation. Kindly answer to get an e-certificate. So again, we would like to thank all our participants. So Bataan Peninsula State University, Western Philippines University, Urdaneta City University, University of the Philippines Los Baños, University of Technology and Applied Science, Salala, University of Northern Philippines, UCU PIES, UAE University, TUP Manila, Trinity College, TIP Quezon City, St. Paul University, Southern City Colleges, SMDI Consultants Incorporated, SGS Kuwait, the Samar State University, Romblon State University, Quezon City University, Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque and Manila Campus, the PSNE Qatar, PIES Pangasinan, PIES Urdaneta City, and PIES Singapore. Also, we have Peter John Construction, Pamantasan ng Kabuyao, the Our Lady of Fatima University, NU Bulacan, the Nueva Vizcaya State University, Visayas State University, Surigao del Sur State University. We also have the National Irrigation Administration, Monteon or Montewan Construction Corporation, the Manuel L. Quezon University, Mapua University, Malayan Colleges of Laguna, the Philippine Base Bahay Foundation, Manuel S. Enverga University, Macario Pagaragan Junior Construction, Liman Bear Philippines, Jaflor Development Company Incorporated, Innovative Concepts Marketing, the Ifugao State University, the BSIE 41 Batch 2022, Holy Angel University, Habib College, Fiati University, the DPWH, DOST TAPI, USTP, UD, and the Central Colleges of the Philippines, Cebu Technological University, CCP, Camarines Sur Polytechnic College, Cagayan Valley Center for Health Development, Biliran Province State University, the Bicol University, Ama University, Aklan State University, and of course, our FB Live viewers. And we'd like also to acknowledge Sir Manny Bongulto for the set of questions, very active participant. And also we'd like to acknowledge our former faculty member from the Industrial Engineering Department, Ma'am Susan de Guzman, who's from UAE and joining us today in this session, and all our participants. Also the Institute of Technology. So thank you very much for joining us. So that ends our program for today. So let's all sing the PUP hymn. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone.